Biosecurity. Prior to calling the meeting to order, Jason will explain how the public can participate in this hybrid meeting, which can be accessed by video, conference, telephone, or in person.
As an attendee, your microphone will be automatically muted during the meeting, unless you are providing testimony. For each agenda item you wish to testify on, please click the Raise Hand button found on your Zoom screen. Board staff will individually enable each testifier to unmute their microphone. When recognized by the chair, please unmute your microphone before speaking and mute your microphone after you finish speaking in order to prevent audio feedback. When testifying, you will be asked to identify yourself and the organization, if any, that you represent. Each testifier will be limited to 2 minutes of testimony per agenda item. If you are dialing in by phone, when the chairperson asks for public testimony, you may indicate you want to testify by entering star and then 9 on your phone's keypad. After entering star and then 9, a voice prompt will let you know that the host of the meeting has been notified. When recognized by the chairperson, you may unmute yourself by pressing star and then 6 on your phone. A voice prompt will let you know that you are unmuted. Once you are finished speaking, please enter star and then 6 again to mute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Testifiers are reminded that there is a 2-minute limit of testimony per agenda item. We ask your patience in following the timer that should be visible on the screen. If there is anyone testifying in the room, please be sure to come up to the mic and identify yourself before you begin. Calling the meeting to order at 9:09. So we're taking a roll call vote. I will take the roll call vote of the members present. When your name is called, please indicate your presence with a here or present and state who, if anyone over the age of 18, is present in the room with you. This also serves as a roll call vote. For each subsequent vote, I will ask if there are any objections or abstentions. If there are none, then the motion will be approved on the same basis as this initial roll call. Okay, calling Dave Smith from DLNR.
Dave Smith, last people in the room with me.
Good admission. Dr. Parwinder Grewal from C.F.R. Parwinder, do not see him on the screen. Excused. Mark Takimoto from DBET.
Present, alone.
And alone, thank you, Mark. Diane Lay from Hawaii.
Present and alone.
Thank you, Diane. Nate Oswald from Maui. Maui County. We see you, Nate. Can't hear you. Oh. So
I never had that.
one moment while we discuss this.
Well, it was not long. Yeah, okay, so I guess he's there and maybe he's restarting.
He's restarting. Okay. We'll get back to Nathaniel. Dr. Jason Moniz, member at large.
Present, alone.
Did you say alone?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Present,
Thank you.
alone. Yep.
Thank you. Ken Young, member at large.
Morning, present and alone.
Thank you. And James Gomes, also at large.
Aloha kakayaka, present with 2 bisons alone.
They don't count, do they? No. Okay. And Sharon Hurd, present.
And then
And Nathaniel?
Is this working at all?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We can hear you now, Nathaniel.
All right, I'm ready for flight.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So we have quorum, and now we're moving on to approval of the minutes of March 24th, 2026. May I have a
So
motion?
move, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy. And a second?
Second, Diane.
Diane, appreciate that. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony?
No hands.
No hands, thank you. Board discussion? Hearing, seeing none. Calling for the vote. Are there any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion to approve the minutes is approved unanimous. Okay, moving on to item 4. Communications from the divisions and the administration. Item A, Agricultural Loan Division. Number one is to request for approval of the amended Hawaii Administrative Rules 4-8 from the Agricultural Loan Division Rules. May I have a motion to approve the request?
So moved, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy, and I heard Diane, would you second? Thank you, okay. And presentation by staff. I don't see, but we do have, your Wayne, thank you.
Instead of 7 to be apparent.
Wayne, you have to accept.
Oh, there you go.
There we go, okay. Go ahead, presenter.
Aloha, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, thank you, Wayne.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Wayne Takamini. I'd like to thank Chair Sharon Hurd and the board for allowing me to present this new rules for our agricultural loan division. Just a little bit of an update. We had actually getting the initial approval from the board back in August of 2025. And so right now we just completed the public hearings on March 9th, and we have generated the minutes from the hearing, and also we have amended the rules, and we'd like to present some of those things to the board today. So our request is to approve the proposed HAR Chapter 4-8 Agricultural Loan Division amended rules based on the March 9th, 2026 public hearings. So we have public minutes, testimony and minutes, Chapter 4-8 summary of change, and HAR 4-8 proposed rules and amendments and compilations. Do you folks have any questions?
Wayne, we're gonna go to public testimony.
Okay.
You have to, I believe you finish your presentation, and then we go to public testimony of questions, and then to the board.
Okay, well, basically it's pretty short. We last year on May 19th, the governor signed Act 069, which is amending the Agricultural Loan Division rules. And we have the summary of changes here. I can go through some of the changes if you folks want. I guess the main change is that we have changed the requirements for loans. One of the things is we added definitions like cooperatives, definitions added, departments. We have to add biosecurity to the title of the departments and also the division. Food hubs, definitions have been added. Import replacement loans, the definitions have been added. Line of credit, which is something that we it's a big item, and we are hoping to get that approved so we can give a little bit more flexibility to our farmers as far as working capital and funding. And then loan officers are business loan officers and also agricultural loan officers. So going over the summary of changes, one of the major changes is the letters of decline. Previously, most of the letters of decline would be 2 letters of denials. We have amended that to just one letter of denial. Interest rates, before we would have a process where we would take the prime lending rate of the local banks and we would subtract 1 point off of that, and that would be our interest rate for 6 months. But now we have a flat rate, 4% interest rates for most categories of farmers, qualified farmers. But we also have a flat rate of 3% for new farmer loans, part-time farmers. And this actually gives a lot of incentive for farmers to go into farming and get funding from us. And this includes certified farmers who have been with us to the C.F.R program, and also the Go Farms. Collateral procedures are updated because some of the names of the entities in that category has changed. We have Farm Service Agency is the one big change that we have amended as part of the procedures for third-party lenders. Emergency loan program, providing rehabilitation to distressed farmers. The Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity Authority has clarified. So we do have a loan that I'm representing, and it's part of this emergency loan program, and I'll present that shortly. Loans to farmers, cooperatives, and food hubs, food manufacturers. So this category is I think it was there before, but now we're putting more details into the categories of how these food hubs and cooperatives and manufacturers can be funded, and more categories have been added. Line of credit loans. So this has been added to provide agricultural producers with liquidity to cover working capital and operational needs with lines of credits that can be secured by sufficient crops, livestock, and facility assets or capital real estate assets. Definition and procedures have been added to further describe the line of credit purposes, procedures, and usages, including repayment, security, financing, and charges. Annual review also defined other requests that require approval by the chairperson of the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity. So this would add a little bit more flexibility and working capital for farmers who have applied for it. There are more rules that we've been adding. We just want to make sure it's fair, but basically there's two types of lines of credit. One is secured by the assets of the farms and the crops. So this acts as more working capital. We'll be looking at receivables and payables as loan officers, and the goal is to give the farmer more liquidity at times when they have to harvest and sell, and then in between, they don't have sales. So we have that little buffer that you can put in so they can keep their operation going. Whether there's delays in harvest, the line of credit should help them with more money when they need it in emergencies. And the other one is secured by real estate or capital assets. And this would be larger loans, and again, but mostly for liquidity needs and working capital. In-part replacement loans. This is a new category. It's been added to encourage farm expansion in growing in-part replacement crops to be produced in sufficient scale on a regional, statewide markets. Applications should be a qualified farmer with sound credit and ability to repay the loan. Limit is $2,500,000 at 3% per year. So this is something that we added to encourage larger type of agricultural production and farming. It's going to be limited to farms that have extraordinary good credit. We can't give this out to $2,500,000 is a substantial amount. And so it'll have to go through a huge vetting process, but at least we have something in place where we can get farming on a larger scale. And then at the end of the rules of subchapter 3 is the North Kohala Loan and Grant Program. And that program has not been used for years, so we decided to take it off our rules. With this, I'd like to ask if you have any specific questions about the rules and about the public hearing.
Okay, so Wade, would you offer the recommendation that the Ag Loan Division has for this measure?
Yes, we would ask for the board to approve this measure. I just want to give you a little update of where we are with the rules process. So basically, the Ag Loan Division was given the go-ahead last August by the board to begin this process of getting these rules amended and approved. Right now, we just finished the public hearings process. So it has been reviewed by the SBRRB board and also by the governor's HARPS web portal that we have submitted it to for more acknowledgement by different divisions and different departments. So right now we just completed the public hearings. We did the minutes, and we're preparing to repost our findings from this board meeting and put it on the HARPS website for the governor to view and other departments. And also back to the small business rules and regulation board, so they can, if they have any other amendments that they want to do. After this is done, we will again take it back to our division and we will refine it to include the final clean versions of the rules, and then we'll have it again okayed and send it to the governor. So it's coming to the end of the process. I hope that you folks have some comments, and then we can look at doing the final revisions on these rules.
Okay, so if I can read from the recommendation is that the board approve the proposed agricultural loan amended rules that were presented to the public at the public hearing, and allow the chairperson to proceed in posting the HAR Chapter 4-8 rules on the governor's HARPS web portal for further review and comments to be finalized by the gov signature. That is the recommendation. Is there any public testimony?
Okay.
No hands? Okay, board discussion. Oh, go ahead, Jason, Dr. Moniz. Dr. Moniz. Jason, can you go?
I'm going
Jason?
first.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry if I missed it, but was there a summary of the testimony at public hearing, what that summary came out to? Testimony, summary of testimony.
Yes, it will be in the minutes that we have included in our packet. At the end of that long minutes, I think it's on A15. We have 4 testimonies. We have 3 that came on and actually chimed in on the meeting and wrote these testimonies, and most of them were in the support of Chapter 4-8. One says, I believe amending our Chapter 4-8 is very important given the challenges highlighted by the board, such as rising land and water costs, labor shortages, and infrastructure needs for farmers, ranchers who are trying to expand their operations. I also believe that increased support for small local farmers and ranchers will benefit Hawaii in the long run as our islands continue to face serious food insecurities. We also presented some rules for the Agriculture Marketing Division, and that's HAR 4-61. So they're commingled the testimony, but all of them that I've read was in support of 4-8 and adoptions. We did have one for the field that added more clarification for the loan import replacement definition
Okay. Jason, any further questions, Dr. Moniz?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
calling
Dr.
on
Moniz.
In Young.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Wayne. This is good work. It's
Well,
good
thank you
to,
so much.
yeah. Well, I think it needs modernization. We gotta meet the farmers where they're at. So appreciate you guys and the staff are working on it. My questions are similar to the testimony, and then I have an operational question. So, import substitution loan. I just I think I understand. I think I understand what you guys are trying to do is really, take on specific industry or farmers that are capable of scaling and kind of pushing them up to that next level with a high, they're they're already very established and their credit is good, and that kind of thing. I'm just wondering about the specific characterization as an import substitution loan. And it's out there in some of the comments already, just in terms of it does to me, it does kind of limit the crop selection that folks are going to be able to apply for this loan for. And then I'm just thinking about crops in the past that weren't imports until the domestic production went down, and trying to kind of prevent that as well.
Yeah, I guess what we're trying to do is we're trying to develop more agriculture grown in Hawaii to support importing, replace some of the importing. So I guess one of the examples that we had used was this basil. Basil is something that we grow here and we export to Canada. There's other things like corn. Corn is grown here, but not on the scale that's from the mainland. And Chair had some input on this. Chair, would you like to share some of your inputs from that meeting?
Yeah, I thank you, Wayne. And I think one of the driving forces for this import substitution loan was that we know that farmers control what they grow, and they're going to grow what is profitable for them, as they should. We want them to stay profitable. However, the pandemic and the Kona lows have taught us that the definition of sustainability and food security for the state of Hawaii is that we grow what we eat and that we eat what we grow. If you have two circles in a Venn diagram, what we grow and what we eat, where they intersect in that spot is the sweet spot, and it is sustainability. So how do we achieve that? And there's been many discussions at the legislature, even in the short time I've been there, and that says, what are you guys doing to incentivize farmers to grow the food that we need to sustain ourselves? And this is in response to that request that we encourage and almost subsidize the farmers that will grow the things that will lead to food security and food sustainability. And we thought this would be a good start. We'll see.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a great start. A couple of examples I might imagine would be, for example, let's say Ulu, right? Right now, it looks like they're kind of on a scalability path. There's farmers that have put stuff in the ground, and the yield is going to go up, right, over the next decade or so while those trees mature. So let's say, I don't know, Guam, Indonesia, Samoa, China decides to just put in, more breadfruit than Hawaii could ever, possibly produce, drive the price down, and then all of a sudden there's an economic incentive to import. Yeah, so I don't know exactly what you guys' underwriting process would be, but would they be eligible for this import substitution loan, even though it's not in import, if are the Ulu co-op or an Ulu farmer?
Yes, they would. The idea would be to grow what we eat and eat what we grow. Who's to say that what you and I eat is not what somebody else eats. So yeah, taro is highly imported. Ulu, not so much because of its perishability. But I think the argument would be if we import it in any way, shape, or form, it is eligible for this grant. We're not going to be too, I'm speaking for ag loan here, but I think the ag loan officers would look at the numbers. They walk down the aisles in the supermarkets, the exterior of the supermarket, and see what's being imported. And they can make their own decision based on, the application by the potential recipient of the loan. If it's being imported, we need to support growing it here. So to your point, we don't see too much ulu being, sold in the supermarkets, but it's being widely consumed. And why not encourage people to grow it, increase what we eat? So it would be the responsibility of the applicant to make a case. But I think the loan officer can just walk, like I said, walk around farmers markets, walk around the supermarkets, look at the numbers, and make a decision whether or not to support this application. Certainly, they can reach out to you and.
Yeah.
I think. Go ahead.
Chair, I know
Go
that
ahead,
you
Ray.
mentioned the biosecurity of things that are grown here as opposed to importing.
Yeah, we're speaking to the choir in this case, but the less we import, the less occasion to bring in invasive species into the state.
Well, it's good to let the public know we're thinking about it. So I think all good thoughts. For me, I guess the primary thing is just to make sure that the officers themselves do have the latitude to make those determinations on how the loans will be implemented. And then just one operational thing. So we got rid of the denials, which I think is probably a good thing. And there are also an increase in limits on total loan value. Is there going to be an associated increase in the overall loan pool? Just because, I feel like, and I could be off base, that if we, knocking down the denials and opening up the loan limits is actually going to reduce the total number of loans that we'll be able to do. I feel like it's going to get more competitive without those clauses.
Yeah, we kind of faced that. These the rules were signed off last year. So from last year till now, we've actually gone through our annual limit of loans that we can do. We're pretty much up there. So for the last few months, we're very particular on what kind of loans we move forward with. So that's something that we'd have to address in the future if our lending limit should be increased. And then also for this import replacement loans, we'd have to see what other entities will chime in on these loans, because with us we have limited our requirements. For a requirement for a farmer, they have to be a local resident. They have to be farming here for at least 2 or 3 years. So sometimes people from the mainland might try to come in with a venture, but then they wouldn't really qualify because we have our state loan program that has already the requirements. So some of these things may be a few years off before you could someone with the idea come in and then get it funded through us. So you'll probably need more input from different divisions and etc.
Okay, so, but Anna, you make a very, very good point. With the Kona lows, we've really had an increase in the number of emergency loans that we've had. It's a very favorable program. And I know that Dean, Deputy Director Matsukawa, is on the line, but he's also acting ag loan administrator at this point, until we get one. So Dean, if you're on the line, could you raise your hand so that Jason can let you in? And you can make a comment on that. Ann's question on, do we have the capital in our program to sustain such wonderful ag loans programs? Go ahead, Dean.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, board members. Yes, as far as the loan limits on our program, yeah, the increase will create a lot more demand on our program. So we currently have about another 6 million above in cash that we holding that we can make available to loans. So right now we're working with the governor's office to increase the ceiling limits to let us cover the emergency loans for this year. That's only up to July 1st. And then we have a request in to increase the ceiling for the following year. Our thought was that we did have sufficient cash, so we weren't that worried about it for the immediate future. As we go forward, what we're looking for is that we can demonstrate to the legislature that the demand is out there. We're doing good work with this new program and the revamping of the ag loan program. And then we hope to ask for general fund input to build up the program even more and to help agriculture develop in the state.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other, I see Jimmy Gomes.
Yes, Chair. Wayne, thank you for the great work that you guys are doing, Dean. That's
Thank you.
absolutely great. I just have one question. I had to step away. The two police officers came down my driveway. My neighbor got ripped off, and so they was going to ask me questions, so I stepped away. So this question may have been asked, but I don't know. If you look at page A17, and this is from an anonymous community member, Wayne, just look at it and you can, there's some valid questions that this person, he or she asked. So if you can answer those, or if you have answers to those questions, that's fine. I don't have to take the time now to hear it. Just look at these questions that this person asked and then get back later, please.
Okay,
That's all I have. Thank you.
thank you.
Wait, would you like to answer it now or take it for future response? You can send the response to all the members.
I guess the first question he's asking is about the rates changes and 3% interest for new farmers. And this is a program that was ongoing. So we didn't make too many changes in the interest rate for that. The intention was to get younger farmers involved in farming and choose that as a career for the future. And we do have some, from the emergency loan program, I do have inquiries about loans from farmers that are just starting out and need additional capital. I just visited the goat farms in Manalo, and there are a lot of people who are interested, but it is a difficult field, agriculture. But there are people who are very dedicated, want to.
Wayne, the question was in the testimony. Question is, how do you define a new farmer? How will this program define a new farmer?
Okay, so I guess yeah, on A17, the third paragraph, they were asking about the new farmer program at 3% interest and interest rates. Okay, the reduced denial letters. We reduced it basically from 2 denials to 1 denial, and so that was to give it a little bit more. For us, each denial takes a couple weeks to be done. So if someone came in and needed 2 denials, sometimes it could take a month just for the denial. So we reduced that requirement to just 1. Lines of credit, and this is something that we haven't implemented yet. So it's going to be probably a work in progress as we try to refine everything. But you would have to have very good credit for us to approve something like this. And then,
Wayne, I think the question is regarding the definition of a new farmer. The definition of a new farmer is set by statute. So basically, we follow whatever the statutes define as what qualifies as a new farmer.
Okay, yes.
And the caps also are set by statute. So basically, we're following whatever the law says on those type of issues.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that?
It's part of our rules, our current rules now. Usually we want the farmers to be a graduate of something like Goat Farms or C.F.R with agricultural background. that they would qualify, but we also want them to have a background experience and at least 2 years of experience farming on their own. So those are basic things, but we will also look at it on a case-to-case basis.
No,
Okay.
we follow the law.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
We follow the law. Okay, so any other board discussion? I see no hands. Okay. Calling for the vote. Are there any objections or abstentions? Hearing, seeing none. The motion is approved unanimously. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 2 in the Ag Loan Division. Request for approval of one emergency loan for OCR Inc., doing business as Small Kind Farm and Feng Yang. May I have a motion to approve the request?
So moved,
moved,
Jimmy.
Diane.
Jimmy and Diane second, thank you. Presentation by staff.
Okay, on March 30th, the governor signed a proclamation and it was approved by the board for this emergency loan program proclamation on March 9th, declaring a state of emergency for the state. The governor issued a third proclamation on March 16th to extend the relief period until April 13th, 2026. So we're starting to get applications, and one of them was for OCR Inc. Small Kind Farms. If they have a loan with us, we did a relocation loan for them back in 2023. They have a arm lease in the Waimanalo Ag Park for 4.66 acres, and they had some damage from flooding and heavy rain. The process of growing mushrooms is kind of a complex process. In order for them to grow the mushrooms, they need what's called substrata. It's a mixture of compost and other inputs, and they use that as growth medium for the mushrooms, and then which has to be mixed, has to be pasteurized, and then has to be fermented to get a perfect mix to grow the mushrooms. So what happened was during the rains, the waters came in and flooded their pile of substrata, and which made it inusable, and they couldn't produce for about a month. So the purpose of the loan is to keep them going while they have lost their revenue for about $20,000. And then just in case, so they have to replenish their substrata supply, we're allowing him to purchase more supplies as inputs for his substrata so he can continue to grow his mushrooms. The borrower has very good credit, and they also have, as collateral, we're looking at a junior UCC blanket. On other loans, they have more substantial security. On one of the larger loans, we have also a mortgage on a property, personal property that was given to us by the borrower. So, do you folks have any questions about the loan and the borrower?
Wait, if you could give the board the recommendation from the Ag Loan Division, please?
Yes, well, we recommend that the loan be approved because it is within the statutes of the emergency loan program, and the borrower has good credit, and he's in good standings with the Agriculture Loan Division.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony?
Okay.
No hands? Thank you. Board discussion. Seeing no hands. Okay, so calling for the vote. Are there any objections or abstentions? David hearing, seeing none. The motion is approved unanimously. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item B, Agricultural Resource Management Division. First item is to request for conversion of general lease number S-4519, Rodolfo V. Diegues and Brahita A. Diegues, lessee, TMK 227-015-026, former Kaupapulua School Lot, West Kaupapulua, Makawao. This is Hamakualoa, Island of Maui, on Hawaii. May I have a motion to approve the request?
Go ahead, Diane.
I see Diane's hand. Thank you, Diane.
Second, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy. And presentation by staff.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you, girl.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Broman Negus with the Arms Division, Big Island Hilo Property Manager. Effective July 8, 1976, the Board of Land and Natural Resources awarded lease 4519 to David R. Masters. On September 24, 2024, the lease was transferred to the Department of Agriculture, now known as the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity, by Governor's Executive Order 4719. By mean assignment, the chairperson of the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity, through authority delegated to her by BAB, consented to the assignment of lease to Rodolfo Diegues and his wife, Regina Diegues, in 2026. Together, they continue to utilize the property for their fruit orchard, where they grow tangerines, tangelos, oranges, longans, bananas, lemons, egg fruits, lychee, and mango. Securing a long-term lease will provide stability, allowing them to make long-range investments in the property and be able to expand their agriculture efforts and increase their success and productivity. The Diegueses are requesting the conversion of lease 4519 to a new 35-year lease in accordance with the requirements of Chapter 4-158 H.R. The pertinent sections of which are stated as follows. The department shall require an appraiser of the parcel in accordance with Section 4-158-21 H.R. Impose other lease terms, provisions, restrictions, and conditions as provided in this chapter as may be required to protect the state's interests. Require the payment of annual lease rent by appraisal and a premium computed at 25% of the annual base rent for each year of the lease, equal to the number of years that person occupied the land, but not to exceed 7 years, and require those qualifying under subsection A to meet the bona fide farmer criteria as defined in Section 4-158-1 H.R. An appraisal was completed pursuant to Section 4-158-21 H.R. for the purpose of determining the fair market rental for the parcel. The Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity contracted ACM Consultants, Inc. to determine the fair market rent, annual base rent, for the initial 15-year term of the lease. The appraised annual rental for the new lease is $4,070 with percentage rate of 1.50% of gross proceeds and will be applied to the effective date of the lease. In accordance with Section 4-158-8B4, the lessee shall also pay an annual premium equal to 25% of the annual base rental for a period not to exceed 7 years. Further, BAB and lessee mutually agree to cancel the existing lease for 519 by executing a mutual cancellation of general lease S-4519, subject to the execution of the converted general lease, documenting the effective date. So only one lease is in force and effect. Since the mutual cancellation of the lease is agreed upon and executed by the parties and is not due to breach of default or default by the lessee remains eligible and qualifying for the general lease, and in this respect only. All other eligibility terms must be met to the satisfaction of the board. The recommendation is that the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity find that by allowing the conversion of lease 4519 to a new long-term lease, the state would realize greater returns and reduce disruptions to current ongoing farming operations, and the conversion is therefore in the public's interest. 2, approve lessee's request to convert general lease S-4519 to a new non-agricultural parklands lease of 35 years subject to the conversion provisions of Chapter 4-158-8 HAR with rent reopenings at the expiration of the 15th and 30th years. Accept the fair market-based rental rate of $4,070 per year with a percentage rate of 1.50% of gross proceeds and the assessment of 25% conversion premium on the base rent payable for the first 7 years of the new lease. And 4, approve the mutual cancellation of general lease 4519 subject to the execution of the effective date of the new general lease.
Thank you, Burl. Does
Thank you.
anyone from the public wish to give testimony? No hands. Board discussion. Hearing, seeing none. Calling for the vote. Are there any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion is approved unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Burl. Moving on to number
Thank
2.
you.
Request to approve right of entry to general lease numbers S-4445, S-4636, S-5905, S-4760, and S-4775 for Akinaka and Associates Limited to conduct an environmental assessment for the construction of non-potable water wells on various lots located in the Panaeva Agricultural Park and Panaeva Farm Lots, TMKs number 3225056-039, 3225056-054, 32404904922, 026, 027, 028, and 029, South Hilo Island of Hawaii, Hawaii Island. May I have a motion to approve the request? Thank you, Diane. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jason. And presentation by staff.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. My name is Janice Fujimoto. I'm an engineer with the Agricultural Resource Management Division, and I'm presenting our submittal today. In the 2025 legislative session, funding was appropriated to the Department of Agriculture and Biosecurity to prepare an environmental assessment for the drilling of non-potable water wells on individual parcels at the DAB-managed Panaeva Agricultural Park and Panaeva Farm lots. The DAB Agricultural Resource Management Division, or ARM, contracted with Akinaka and Associates to perform this study. In the process, Akinaka contacted all 35 DAB lessees in these 2 areas, as well as held a community meeting on February 27, 2026 to present and discuss the project with the lessees. 3 lessees expressed interest in drilling a non-potable water well on their leased property and being included in the study. Participation in the study will also require completion of a right of entry agreement granting Akinaka as well as their subconsultants access to their properties to carry out this work. On-site work may include, but is not limited to, interviews, discussion of historical and projected water demand data, site inspections, surveys, archaeological, cultural, and biological investigations, and documentation of site conditions, activities, and operations. Interested lessees understand that this study is limited to the EA and that lessees will be responsible for any and all costs associated with planning, design, permitting, construction, operation, and maintenance of a future well. The properties affected by the EA include portions of TMK numbers 32-4-4922, 26, 27, 28, 29, 32-2-5639, and 32-2-5654. So subject to the approval of the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity, the term of the right of entry agreement would commence on May 1st, 2026, and will continue for a period of 60 days unless sooner terminated pursuant to the terms set forth in the ROE. In addition, staff is requesting that the board delegate to the chairperson the authority to approve extensions to the ROE term if necessary. So the recommendation, we are requesting that the board approve the following, which is essentially the issuance of a right of entry agreement for Akinaka and Associates to perform the environmental assessment for the drilling of non-potable water wells on general lease numbers S-4445, S-4636, S-5905, S-4760, and S-4775, as well as a delegation of authority to the chairperson to extend the term of the ROE if necessary. We also have our consultant online if there's any additional questions that would pertain to him. So
Thank you for adding that. Thank you. Thank you, Janice. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony? Okay, no hands, moving on to board discussion. Hearing, seeing none, calling for the vote. Are there any objections or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion is approved unanimously. Thank you, Janice.
Thank you.
Okay, for item C, we're entertaining a request to take things out of order.
C2 against C1 and 2.
I'm sorry. C1 and 2 will go on as scheduled. So, item C, Plant Industry Division, Plant Quarantine Branch, number 1. Request to allow the importation and possession of 27 plains bison, an animal on the list of restricted. Let's see. Restricted animals, Part B, by permit for breeding and commercial meat production by Aloha Bison LLC. And number 2, update permit conditions for the importation and possession of plains bison, genus species bison, an animal on the list of restricted animals, Part B, by permit for breeding and commercial meat production by Aloha Bison LLC. May I have a motion to approve the request? So moved, David, thank you. And may I have a second? Thank you, Diane. And presentation by staff.
Aloha Chair, members of the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity. I'm here to present a request for the importation possession of 27 bison.
What is your name?
Oh, sorry. I'm Jessica Anmira with the Plant Quarantine Branch. I'm the land vertebrate specialist. I'm here to present the request to allow importation and possession of 27 bison, plains bison, for breeding, commercial meat production, and to update permit conditions for the importation and possession of plains bison. The requested commodity is 27 plains bison, by Michael J. Botha of Aloha Bison, located in Haleiwa. He will be receiving his bison from the his ranch in Vaughan, Montana, Big Sky Bison. I wanted to highlight on this request that the applicant's request for the Board of Agriculture and Biosecurity also includes amendments to the current permit conditions to import and possess bison previously approved by the board on July 27, 1995. Pursuant to section 4-71-4 Hawaii Administrative Rules, amendments to permit conditions for non-domestic animal imports requires board approval. Permit conditions in this request have been amended to clarify current entry requirements into the state and enhance safeguarding procedures and requirements. If approved by the board, the updated permit conditions would apply to any and all ranching operations seeking to import bison into the state. The scope of the project for Aloha Bison is to inspire a thriving future by raising healthy, naturally nurtured bison in Hawaii through regenerative agriculture practices, revitalizing the land, enriching ecosystems, and nourishing the island communities with ethical, wholesome meat. The primary goal of the project is to introduce a foundation herd of plains bison to the North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii, and utilize regenerative agricultural practices to ethically raise bison and produce healthy, nutritious, grass-fed meat for local island communities. This initiative aims to create a sustainable agricultural model that not only supports the local ecosystem, but also provides a reliable source of high-quality protein to enhance food security in Hawaii and promote better health among island communities. The facility that the bison will be located is at G Cherry Ranch, owned by the Kelly family, which is a property Aloha Bison will be leasing from. The physical address of the land is 67-150 Farrington Highway in Wailua, Hawaii, 96791. And the tax map keys, TMKs for the ranch are 6-7-2-40 and 6-7-2-43. Aloha Bison has submitted maps and directions, which are included as attachment 2 for reference. Some of the biosecurity measures for the Aloha Bison Ranch, some of the equipment to minimize like escape, theft, or release of bison and associated diseases and pests, high strength fencing. Pastures will be enclosed with PQB approved exterior fences designed to contain bison, which are strong and capable of charging. Electric fencing, low voltage, solar powered, will be integrated in high risk areas to deter escape. Secure holding pens, heavy duty steel corrals with reinforced gates are used for veterinary checks, loading, and temporary containment. Pens will include water troughs to minimize stress. Staff training, all staff will undergo annual biosecurity training covering proper handling, sanitation protocols, and emergency responses for escapes or disease outbreaks. Training includes the department's biosecurity guidelines for livestock. Visitor control. Visitors, including suppliers or community members, must first check in at the gated entrance. No unauthorized access to bison pastures will be allowed. Transport protocols. Bison are transported in heavy-duty livestock trailers with secure latches, cleaned and disinfected before and after use. Transport routes avoid populated areas to minimize escape risks in case of accidents. Security measures to minimize theft, vandalism, or damage from natural elements. Perimeter security. The facility location is difficult to access from the public areas. The property is surrounded by Cortiva to the north, which has security fencing and lock gates fronting Farrington Highway. This is the only public road access to the property. Road access from Farrington Highway requires passing through 3 sets of lock gates before arriving at the entry to the property. The ranch has existing barbed wire fence pastures and perimeter fences to further deter unauthorized entry. Motion activated SIM card enabled security cameras and solar powered lighting will be installed at key access points. They will also have an aerial drone which will be used for perimeter fence checks. Weather resilient infrastructure. Pasture fencing will be anchored with deep set posts and braces to withstand winds up to 150 miles per hour. The property is naturally sloped from Mauka to Makai with drainage systems around pastures to prevent flooding during heavy rain. Alarm systems. An alert message system is connected to the ranch manager's phone and alerts staff of gate breaches or unusual activity detected by cameras. Local police will be on speed dial for rapid response. This request was submitted to the Advisory Subcommittee on Land Vertebrae for the review and recommendations. The recommendations and comments are as follows. To recommend approval or disapproval to allow the importation and possession of 27 plains bison by permit for breeding commercial meat production by Aloha Bison, and 2, to recommend approval or disapproval to update the permit conditions for importation and possession of 27 plains bison for breeding and commercial meat production. This was submitted to all 6 subcommittee members, 5 of which have recommended approval for both the import and update of permit conditions, with 1 disapproving both import and update to permit conditions. This request was then submitted to the Advisory Committee on Plants and Animals, and its meeting on April 2nd, 2026, held simultaneously in person and online at the Plant Quarantine Branch Conference Room. One particular portion I want to highlight in this during this meeting was committee member Greg Takashima had asked whether the proposed site on Oahu was similar in geography to flood risks such as the original site in Kauai with the bison on Kauai, where flooding had occurred, especially given with Wailua's flooding. He had some concerns with that. So Mr. Botha had submitted a supplement to his current biosecurity measures to include emergency preparedness for escapes and floods, which hopefully have answered a lot of the questions, especially given with what had happened in Wailua. So I just wanted to highlight that portion. So with the advisory committee on plants and animals meeting, the vote to recommend approval for the request was approved unanimously, 5-0, and the motion had passed. Based on the recommendations and comments of the advisory subcommittee on land vertebrae and the 5-0 recommendation to approve by the advisory committee on plants and animals, the plant quarantine branch is recommending the board approve and update permit conditions for this request.
Thank you, Jessica. Does anyone from the public wish to give testimony? No hands. And moving to board discussion. We have Dr. Parwinder.
Thank you for this presentation. I have a question related to what biosecurity measures are in place to ensure that the bison themselves do not have any pests and or pathogens that could be of concern.
So for import, they do have requirements with the animal disease control branch. In order for them to come over, they do have to have a lot of health screening, vaccinations, veterinary inspected by the veterinarian prior to import. So part of the advisory subcommittee is Dr. Isaac Maeda, who is the state veterinarian. So his input into this submittal also includes like any recommendations for additional vaccinations, additional health checks prior to the entry of the bison to the state.
Any further comment, Dr.
Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
we're good. Okay. Recognizing Dr. Jason Moniz.
Yeah, I had some concerns with the import permit conditions, maybe some details that I'd like to see added to the import permit conditions. I realize Dr. Maeda is on the advisory committee, went over it, but he's been without my position for the last 3 years. And some of this stuff is a little bit more detailed. And I would have advised him on one, and this comes from our experiences over having imported some of these more exotic bovids in the past, is an amendment that would require, prior to importation, the approval by AI of the testing facility, including a bison restraint chute for testing. That's specific for bison. It's utilized on Kauai in their operation, utilizing Kona in that operation there, and makes all the difference in the world to safely and adequately get the testing done that they need to do on importation and then post-entry also. Second would be a post-arrival quarantine. AI has a post-arrival quarantine period of 60 to 90 days, followed by retesting. And that site, it should be spelled out in the permit that site gets approved by AI. What we did was send our veterinary medical officers out to the site to say, okay, that's an approved biosecure site. We don't have contact with other animals, neighbors in particular. The third one that kind of caught my attention was just because of the location of this operation, and you have other farms, you have community, you have schools, not that far away from this operation. If there is escape, I think there should be a finite period of time where the owners have to recapture that animal. I'm going to just throw out 7 days. I mean, that's up to a debate how much time, but I'm just looking at cattle operations, and we ought to be able to get our animals back in within 7 days. And then if that doesn't occur, that animal actually should be destroyed. And then in certain situations, because of dangerous locations next to roadways, residential areas, urban areas, schools and playgrounds, I think in those situations, there's going to be some judgment, but I would think that immediate destruction of the animal should be considered. And the language probably should be written out in the permit. As far as the condition for revocation of the permit, again, more specific language, either if that permit is revoked, that the animals be exported, potentially sold to another bison operation in the state that PQ approves, or those animals be destroyed or slaughtered if the other two are not feasible. Anyway, those are the comments I had on the permit conditions. I'd like to see that change before I'm going to vote affirmative on this. So that's all I have. Yeah.
Can she respond?
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
go ahead.
in response to that.
I guess so there was, I guess, one thing that we did different than a lot of our other, sorry, Dr. Maniza, that we did different from our other submittals, especially given with some of the confusion with our permit conditions, since we have like these are like plant quarantine branch conditions, more specifically for like the safeguarding, making sure the animals don't escape and what happens if they escape. So I think it's good to have like you know, when if there's a situation where we have to revoke the permit, I think it's a good idea to make it a little bit more refined on what will have to happen if with the animals or the commodities. But I think specifically for like the quarantine process, like post entry, as well as like the shoot for the bison, we included as sorry.
11 is thinking about.
Yes, on 11. So, condition 11, we made it so that it doesn't list the specific requirements, because over the time, those requirements change. And while the requirements for animal industry will change, like animal disease control branch will change, it makes it difficult for us to change our permit conditions because they were board approved. So typically we would have to go back to board to change those health requirement conditions. And we've seen it with other situations, with other imports, not specifically bison, but with birds or what have you. So we made a all-inclusive condition to ensure that regardless of any changes with the animal industry division, that the importer or the permit holder complies with all necessary requirements for the animal disease control branch. I'm not sure if that helps satisfy those specific questions, but if you feel that it's more
I think one of those things under 416.9 is a permit from the animal industry division that's separate from your division.
Yeah.
It's a whole separate permit where they would put in things in place, I think, for the animal. And so you left it to the division to do. I see. Sorry, I'm just looking.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it would be
that's why you didn't include it.
Because we've noticed that with a lot of other situations with permits where the conditions for our plant quarantine branch permits didn't align with whether it's the current or updated animal disease control branch conditions or requirements for entry. So there's a lot of confusion on which conditions were the ones the importer needs to follow. Yeah.
In this case,
so there's
Chair,
like,
can I have further comment?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah. So, so if we, depending on 416, it does not specifically, and my bad, because I guess I'm the one that amended it last, but it does not specifically talk about restrained facilities for some of these exotics like bison, water buffalo. And we did get caught with a water buffalo importation where we depended on the importer to construct testing facilities, and it was totally inadequate and we couldn't get adequate testing done. So we don't want to get to that point again. So if Dr. Maeda feels that the permit he issues is general enough to cover that, then so be it. But yeah, his staff should have adequate restraint facilities in place, and I would like to see it written in the permit. And then the post-arrival quarantine isolation 60-90 days site approval. I mean, that's something we did for decades, and basically used the general post-entry quarantine language to get that done. That one is probably less of a concern to write specifically into the permit, but really concerned about that first one, yeah. And then destruction of animals, again, I think if it gets to the point where they don't have a valid permit, I think there should be some specificity on how long it takes for that to get done, so it doesn't just drag on, and what the options are. So I mentioned some options that I would think would be feasible, or sales to another permitted bison operation, or going to market, or destruction on the premises if it came to that. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, Jonathan has some comment.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, Jonathan Ho, Plant Quarantine Branch Manager. So I think to help a little bit, I think with some of what Dr. Moniz is going over. So condition number 13, it states that the restricted articles are subject to inspection by both us and the Animal Industry Division. And it also requires that the permittee is responsible to provide adequate restraints as deemed necessary by animal industry. So like you said, Dr. Moniz, the other one wasn't. So again, if as what Jessica was saying, we're trying to kind of future-proof to some extent some of the conditions. So I think AID, as things change, they can mandate what they deem is necessary to conduct a proper inspection. And then as it relates to permit cancellation, so condition number 23, once a permit is canceled, it prevents importation, and then it also designates what can happen, so the organisms that are imported or possessed can be moved, seized, treated, quarantined, or destroyed, sent out of state as determined by the chief. So it kind of already said, it's not super explicit, I think, but it's kind of a general condition that we use for all of our permits already, because should a permit be canceled, obviously, it should be very clear to the permittee what's going to happen. It doesn't have a time frame, which I know obviously you're talking about, I think, to that extent. Which I think maybe it's something we could put in, but I think to the extent, because it's at the discretion of the chief, it can be, depending on the level of severity, or the, more or quicker, or whatever action can be done to mitigate, I think, the risk. So I think, again, I think the conditions do cover, I think, some of those issues that were brought up. They're just not, I think, as explicit, I think. But I think, I think they do cover that, just as a comment.
Dr. Moniz, any further comment on that?
Yeah, I'm looking at item 13. I see the language that Jonathan described. My concern is that these things are in place prior to importation. And then they have the adequate facilities to do the work on importation and not be delayed. That is a biosecurity risk every day that goes on. So
Noted.
Okay.
Thank you. Any recognizing a member Jimmy Gomes?
Thank you. I think one of the things that this whole thing is lacking is the community buy-in. You have a lady, Mrs. Aq, that she's probably the North Shore. She's kind of ahead of a lot of organizations. Well, they're saying that they have not been approached. And because of the severity of schools, homes, residents, she feels that none of that has been addressed to them. So I think this, excuse me, this needs to be done before we even make an approval. The other thing, the very important part, they come out and says $1,100 for slaughter and processing. Hawaii Meat will not slaughter this bison. One, they don't have the infrastructure. Two, they don't even have a hospice plan. Three, they're dealing with sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle. They cannot do the bison. So for him to say $1,100, that's not even reasonable because they're not even going to slaughter it. The last question, excuse me. This fencing that plant quarantine briefs is saying some specs. Where is this? Is this specs for buffalo? And you said woven wire. No, the woven wire is a tight lock. What kind of woven wire? 5 feet, 5.5. I mean 5.5, 5.5 feet wire. But is it tight lock? And is it really for buffalo or bison? Bob wire, 8 inches apart spacing. I want to know where or how you came about with that specs.
Okay. Will you get back to him on that?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. And anything else, Jimmy?
I got a lot more, but that's it for now. I mean, I'm just, for me, I'm against it only because the public is not completely buy-in for that area, and they're already saying there is flooding concerns out there in Wailua with this Honolulu. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan has stepped up.
Yeah, so Jonathan Hill, Plant Quarantine Branch Manager. So the advisory committee meeting, and Mr. Botha can speak to this because he's here. He did mention this is a kind of a chicken and egg situation in that he is leasing the property, and if the board cannot approve, or if the board chooses not to approve this and move it forward, it's kind of, do you create the alarm with the community in that nothing can happen, right? The board's already denied him. And I think as it relates to, right, so this is, right, obviously, if the board, should the board approve this, and he's mentioned that he would do the outreach as was stated. And ultimately, he still wouldn't be able to import. He doesn't have, the facility doesn't exist. He still needs to build all the fences and things like that, right? So the approval, should it occur, doesn't mean we're just going to, issue a permit. He doesn't qualify as the conditions state. And then, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing.
Jonathan, Jimmy again. Now, what's the average age of these animals that's coming in?
I think they're all young.
What is young?
Well, I think we'd have to. I would defer to Mr. Botha on that one.
Yeah.
Mr. Botha is here. May I call him up?
Oh, I'm sorry, real quick. Sorry, I'm a little tired. The other thing was the conditions for the fencing. When we did the update for Honolulu, these were taken from, I can't think of the name of the organization, but there is like a buffalo or a bison organization that kind of, I don't know what they do, but for people that do bison ranching, and these fencing requirements were taken from them. This is not something that was kind of arbitrary. It was based off of I can't think of the name of that particular organization,
This is
but.
the National Bison Association,
Yeah,
National
yeah.
Bison Association.
But yeah, they have standards that are set, and these conditions for the fencing are designed off of those standards.
Thank you, Jonathan, for the clarification. We have Mr. Bothy here. Would you like to come up?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Please identify yourself.
Good morning. Michael Botha, Aloha Bison. Thank you for the comments. Just regards to the fencing. So we run an operation in Montana. We've had up to 200 bison on our ranch at one time. And we use a variety of different fences. So there's multiple different types of fences for different types of situations. Everything from solar powered electric fences, which we use as our perimeter fences. We also have 4 and 3 barbed wire. In some cases, just 3-strand fences. That's what we use mostly for our pasture fences. And then there's a combination of other types of fences that we use for bison. So really the situation determines the type of fence necessary. And there's quite a variety of fences that are recommended by the PQL. So we would use whatever's recommended and probably use a combination of them. Regards to the facilities, that was a really good point brought up by Dr. Jason Moniz. Regards to the handling facilities. So you correctly pointed out that most bison facilities require bison-specific equipment. So there are manufacturers who specialize in bison handling equipment, which is what we use at our operation. In general, the corral panels are heavier gauge steel. They're in general about 12 inches taller than a cattle panel in a corral. And then the hydraulic chutes, which is what we use, is sized according to the largest bison bull. So an average bison meat cow, for example, is 1,000 pounds, 1,200 pounds, and which is about the size of a large cattle, beef cattle. So that would pass through. The problem is just when you're handling the large bulls, which in our case, we've had up to 3,000-pound bulls. And so you need adequately sized and strong enough equipment. So that is a good point and something that we use because we take safety seriously as well. A couple of the other things that came up, James Gomez, you mentioned the processing. So we actually did talk to 3 different USDA processors. The one on Kauai does bison and could do our bison if we wanted to. We did talk to the one on Oahu, and they did quote us the price that I mentioned, although they don't have the HAZLIP, I forget the name of it, for bison at this point in time. We're also in conversations with some other entrepreneurs, and we're looking at possibly doing a joint venture where we create our own USDA facility. So I've personally worked in various different slaughterhouses on the mainland, learning this entire process. I've done everything from working with Wild Idea, which is a mobile USDA field slaughter operation, all the way through to giant facilities that do thousands of animals in a day. And we see a huge opportunity in Hawaii. I don't think there's sufficient USDA slaughter facilities to satisfy the local need without bison right now even. So we see an opportunity in a different enterprise completely to maybe get into our own field slaughter operation or a small USDA slaughter facility, something similar to what Maui Nui has done in Maui with the access deer slaughter facilities. So hopefully that addresses some of your concerns, Mr. Gomez. Was there anything else that anyone had a question?
Community outreach was brought up.
Oh, that's a great point. And so, as John had mentioned, and I think Jessica might have mentioned, we started this application over a year ago, and we didn't want to go to the expense of. We've already gone to a lot of expense preparing bison, which we had to recently sell because we couldn't bring them, We hadn't planned on doing any of the facilities renovations or community outreach until we had guidance from the board that yes, our application to import would be improved. And so at that point, then we will go and start work on the facilities as well as reach out to the community. But this is an agricultural project. We're basically raising bison right next to cattle ranches. In fact, Mrs. Ochu, who's one of the ladies who you mentioned complained about bison, is actually a neighboring ranch, cattle ranch. And so we're doing the exact same thing. It's just a slightly different animal, almost the same size. But of course, we would be happy to reach out to the community. And so far, we have had people who just know us in the community have come up and everyone's been supportive. So we have a waiting list of people who would be willing to be employed by Big Sky Bison and Aloha Bison. I don't think we're going to have a lot of a problem there. I'm sure there'll be someone who's against bison because there may be, but really we're doing agriculture on agricultural land right next door to cattle ranches and almost the exact same application except a slightly different animal.
So you're saying you have a plan to do outreach? I think that was Jimmy's question.
We do. We didn't want to go out to the community and say that we're going to be importing bison when in fact we haven't been approved to do so. And so we thought it would be kind of getting ahead of ourselves by doing that. So the first step for us is getting approval from the board that yes, we can import bison, contingent upon us completing the facilities and having the facilities inspected. During that period of time would be the time when we go out to the community and just let people know what we're doing and get input. But we're not starting a gondola project. What we're starting is a bison ranch. We're going to be raising bison right next to cattle being raised on the neighboring properties, very similar operations. It's not, as it's been put out by Mrs. Achu, as some type of tourist project. That's not what it is.
Okay, so can I ask Jimmy for comment? Jimmy, if you have a comment to that before we go on to.
I still would like to have the community feedback, basically in that whole area. You know, rather than give them a permit and say, "Oh, I got a permit. I can do whatever I want." What does the community feel? What does your neighbors feel? That's my whole point on this. And what is the average age of the animals that you're bringing in? This first shipment of 5 bulls and 22 cows. What's the age?
So that just changed, and I will answer your question. We had set aside 30 animals to be shipped. We thought this permit process would take sooner, and so we had all of those animals. There were calves at the time, and when they came over, when we were thinking they would come over, they would be about 9 months old. So we just had to sell that entire herd because we would have been overstocked at our other ranch because we didn't export them to Hawaii. So starting again. This week, we're starting to calve right now in Montana, and those animals are getting born this week. They typically all drop within a 2-week period, and so by February next year, they're going to be hopefully ready to be weaned from their mothers and shipped. So those, for the most part, will be under a year old, 9 to 12 months old, and then the bulls. The breeding bulls, we'll probably send 2 breeding bulls, which will be older. They'll be 2 or 3 years old because we want to see that the breeding bulls have been proven to breed before we ship them. And then we might ship a couple of younger bulls in the hope of them being replacement bulls in the future, but we wouldn't have been able to test them because they're just calves at this point. So they're being born pretty much this week. We had four calves yesterday as an example.
Thank you. Are you any further question, Jimmy, for Mr. Botha?
I'll let the other board members ask their questions.
So we have Mark Takemoto that's been patiently waiting. I've been overlooking, sorry, and then moving to Ann and then Diane. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have your hand up?
No, after them.
After Mark, go ahead.
Is N before me? No? I don't know how it works. Okay.
Your
anyway.
name is listed on
Your name is listed as
the hands, but
Okay.
raised hand first.
Okay. First of all, just one real quick one. There are some community members who have their hands raised, I noticed. So IT, you might want to get to them at some point when it but I just had a couple of questions. So I heard all these I think there's some very good specific things mentioned by Dr. Moniz. and with respect to Jimmy about the community, you know, we've had bison in Hawaii before, here and there. I'm just curious. So if this is a like a breeding, like just a primarily breeding project, or is this you know, because I'm not sure about whether you have enough acres to do this, you know, in that area. I'm sort of familiar with the area, so you know, whether it's that type of a project, I think but I do agree. I think going out to the community and finding out, you know, what their sense is, because you know, there's I don't think anybody's necessarily against it, but I think they want it because if your operation intends to expand on this and be much larger, you'd want to make sure that it's in keeping with the community that you're doing this project in. And I would say that's my main thoughts. And then also, I do think Dr. Moniz's you know, comment sounds like he has some experience with this. So I think you'd really want to get this, you know, address those the questions he has, and to good satisfaction before proceeding. And that's the only thing I had. Not really a question, more just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Can I respond to that? Regards to expansion, the G Tree Ranch, I believe it's less than 900 acres. I think it's 850 acres, something like that. Not all of it is going to be a good location to raise bison. We're primarily working on the open slopes where there's better grazing. So therefore, there's a limit to how much grazing space there is, which will determine the size of the operation. So initially, we plan to have 200 to 400 acres, my guess, and see how that goes. In a separate enterprise, we also have a hay opportunity to get almost an unlimited amount of hay. We'll have our own hay equipment, so we will have the ability to supplement our animals with locally sourced hay, which is actually helping someone else out who needs to clear grass. And so there is supplemental feed that a plan for supplemental feed that we do have in addition to the grazing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, David.
It's more just comments. I just wanted some background. So I have some experience with, a little bit of experience with bison ranching. My sister-in-law had a bison ranch in Golden, British Columbia, about 80 acres. And so I've been walked through the whole thing, their entire operation, and how they market their meat and everything. And I was really impressed. I thought it was great. It's really interesting. And personally, I think bison meat is, I prefer it to beef, honestly. I've been eating it lately. I think it's great. So I think we did a bad local bison. And also, I don't know if you remember me, but we used to deal professionally with Center Child Pest Control. I've got some experience working with you just on a professional basis. You committed me for permits. I was
yes, I remember
who was
many years ago
issuing permits, and I always found you really easy to work with, a really super solid professional, and you were able to do some really creative and helpful things when it came to what can be a sensitive subject around pest control, different pest control, different things. So, I've got good background with you. I have a positive opinion of bison ranching generally, and I'm familiar. So when I'm listening to the thing about the fences and stuff, I have been walked through all that stuff on the ground and whatnot. I've been out in bison pastures, dealt with, just listened to all the issues around bison ranching. So, me personally, I support bison ranching if we can make it happen.
Oh, thank you.
Got to know member David a little bit better.
Yeah.
So I'm just now getting familiar with the process here, and the hand that's raised right now is Enyang.
Did you want to do public first, Chair?
We did public already.
Oh, well,
We can go back to it, but we're going to do board first.
we'll do board. Okay.
Go back to board.
Oh, okay, alrighty.
No, but you can let him talk, and then after taking up public again, the board can still speak
Okay.
before decision.
Okay. So I too enjoy bison meat. And for me, I'm gonna be a no today. And it's nothing against I mean, we're here to promote agricultural projects on ag land. So it's not that. It's really the submittal. And there's a number of representations that are made in it that just make me feel uncomfortable in terms of you know ecological benefits, bison as a keystone species. I'm sure that's all true in the Midwest Plains, but I feel that if I voted yes on a submittal that contains these things, it's like a tacit, recognition that these things are accurate, and they're just not. So, if there was a revised submittal that kind of more accurately captured what bison would be doing for Hawaii in specific, I think I'd be in support of that.
Okay, thank you, Ann, for that. So public, or we go to Diane? Okay, it's up to me. I'd like to finish the board discussion first before we go to the public. Go ahead, Diane.
Well, thank you, Chair. I guess the first question I have one question for the applicant, Mr. Botha, and then probably just clarification from the board, from staff. So the first one somewhat relates to what Board Member Young just brought up about the representations. And I think, the application has such a mix between the existing operation in Montana and what's being projected for here. So it was, the back and forth was a little bit lacking clarity. And in particular, I think one of the questions I had was the existing site that you're going to be leasing or subleasing. It's referred to as a ranch, but then there's references to native grasses. So just clarification, as well as ridge lines. And it's also adjacent to a natural area reserve. So I'm just want clarification as to whether or not this is the properties that would be fenced and the bison would be put on would be disturbed or non-native Hawaiian species. So that was one point of clarification. And I don't know whether that's something that the department double checks on and they take, if they take someone out from DLNR to support that, or whether that's just the applicant's permit. So if you can address that.
Sure, Diane. I think I understood your question with regards to the fencing. So the property presently has both perimeter and pasture fences. Presently, there's a 5-strand barbed wire fence around almost the entire perimeter of the property, as well as there's individual pastures. Presently, there are cattle in those pastures, so it's presently being used to graze cattle. What we would do is when we bring in bison, we would probably rebuild those fences with a material that's more suitable for bison. And we would probably reposition those fences to places where we think would be adequate for our pasture needs. So regards to fencing, that is a project that needs to be done before we bring in the bison. And so the fencing will keep the bison within the fenced areas. So hopefully that explains the layout of the perimeter and pasture fences.
Okay, so it's existing pasture. Basically, it's existing pasture. Then we'll assume there's no non-native plant, but there is no native plants, Hawaii endemic or indigenous plants there. And then the other question, which I think you touched on briefly, that this is not a tourism project. Are you confirming that? Because I had some questions about relating to that.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just go back to where this all started because it's been brought up a few times. And so we live between Montana and Hawaii, have done so for 30 years. We made a post saying, well, look, we're going to be moving back full-time to Hawaii, and we've got some big plans on our future. This is just a social media post that we had made to some friends, and that got picked up on, saying that, we were hoping to lease some land, start a bison operation, start a hunting and a fishing operation, and start a meat shop and a visitor center. So let me put it all in perspective. We have all of those things in Montana. I'm a licensed hunting guide. I have an outfitting business in Montana. I'm a licensed hunting guide in Hawaii. So is my son. We also fish. And I'm also a real estate investor. And so we're looking at some properties right now where we would create a visitor center, a meat shop, and a small restaurant. These are not part of this application. These are all things that we represented in a post to some friends of ours when we were excited about moving back to Hawaii full time. That's kind of been taken out of context. What we're talking about today is an application to import bison to Hawaii. All the other things that have been brought up in the past by some of these other folks, a lot of that's not related to this import permit. This is an import permit for bison. The meat shop, the bison burger restaurant, the visitor center, all of these other things are unrelated to this application. So getting back to tourism, agritourism. Well, agritourism is a very important part of agriculture, in my opinion, because you can take a resource like bison, for example. Let's say you have 30 bison on the property. Well, if you kill those 30 bison for meat, you don't have a resource anymore. So you can only kill what you can reproduce every year. So let's say you reproduce at 90% ratio, you could, and it takes 2 years to get market ready. Your cash flow is somewhat limited. So by having educational tours or taking people out on a UTV, kind of like Kualoa Ranch does, and taking people to a little gift store on the ranch where they can buy a bison skull or maybe some bison jerky. These are things that you can do to enhance your operation. And so these are things we feel that would be a good fit for us. I don't believe that's part of the import permit. So that's just been straight up. I mean, if we're going to be starting a business, we want the opportunity to be able to bring in school tours if we want, to be able to take people out into the bison areas and show them, teach them about bison. The other part of it, the visitor center, the meat store, and all of that, that's a separate entity all, completely. And it's not related to this import permit.
Okay, so just for clarification, any proposal for a meat shop, restaurant, visitor center would be at a different site? And
We're actually looking at a
have a
commercial
reason for
property
I'm
right
asking
now.
that.
Yes.
What?
We're looking at a commercial property in the area right now that's suitable for that type of operation.
Okay, but possibly this site where the bison would be raised would be a possible site for educational tours or agritourism, come out, see the bison, maybe hunting.
No, I never said anything about hunting. Agritourism, which is basically education.
Yeah. Okay, well, you did indicate that you're a licensed hunter, so I don't know what the full scope. And again, your application referenced in Montana that you host hunts. So I'm just trying to get clarification of what the full intent is on this property so that I can ask questions of staff as to, the permitting. And I understand there's separation of bringing animals in, but I also want to clarify what role the department and responsibilities or liabilities the department may have in terms of future activities or future permitting.
So on this property, we would be raising bison, raising them. And the idea would be to raise them ultimately for sale as meat, to be eaten locally.
Okay. Jessica?
Yeah, sorry, Diana, I wanted to just add to that. So, if as Michael was mentioning, this is just for the import of the foundation herd, as well as, updating conditions. For any activities such as, hunting or what have you, this wouldn't be included on there, and if there was, in the future, if something were to happen, or if there's, we would consider that in the permit application. It would have to come back to board, basically. For any operation that we feel might require a bigger decision than just plant quarantine branch approving, hey, this can happen on the property. But as of right now, that hunting is not, and what have you, is not included in this permit. And if it ever was, and for any other permit request that comes in, that would be something that would be included in the permit conditions. So as of right now, it's just strictly import, breeding, and for commercial meat production.
Okay, so
Mhm.
the other thing I want to just get on the record is the department doesn't have any authority over agritourism, education programs with school children or others. That
Very good.
permitting process is
Yeah.
with the city and county.
It is a county thing, but Diane, you're right to question it, because if it was on an ag lease land that we managed, if it was on a Department of Agriculture Biosecurity arm lease, those activities would not be permitted. Because they are not part of the lease. On our ag leases, there is provisions that can be done to permit activities that are pertinent to the agriculture production. And right now, if he's on our ag land, are you on our ag land?
No. Private
So
property.
those conditions would not be part of our staff
Okay. That's what I just
decisions.
wanted
They
to-
would be county positions.
I just wanted it for the
decisions.
record so that the
Yep.
public knows is,
Yeah.
thank you.
But I do have, Diane, I do have David here that has a comment.
Oh, Dan, you'd asked about the adjacent natural area reserve, and we've been working with ranchers on this property I personally have been working with ranchers on this property for 38 years. When it first came on, it was beat, it was way overgrazed, lots of erosion. Bob Cherry came in, started a rotational grazing program, really improved the pastures. I mean, did a really good job. I worked with Bob for many, many years out there. We transit the property. We have an access easement through the property to get to the natural area reserve. And we've never had the biggest problem we ever had was with goats, because those little rascals would get loose and they're no good in forest reserve. So that was, but Bob tried to keep them pretty tightly reined, because they were, that was just money for him. So he was pretty careful about not allowing escapes, but we did have some issues with goat escapes. In terms of the cattle operations, we never had any issues. They always maintained the fence as well. And so we've been working with ranchers on this property for many years and seen it come and go, and seen some really good pasture management up there. So anyway, we don't have a DLNR doesn't have a concern in terms of the adjacent natural area reserve.
Thank you, David. Yeah, I just, the challenge is this application is just, I think they're trying to justify this project based on the successes and the management skills that they developed in Montana, which is great. It's good to have an example, but it blends and it's hard to parcel out. So thank you, appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that neighbors are all, some of the neighbors are working well together, and we just need to bring everybody on board. So thank you.
Oh, good points, Diane. Appreciate that. Any other board discussion? Okay, moving back to the public testimony. Jason?
Cal, please state your name and organization, and you have 2 minutes. That's Brian.
Raquel?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Raquel. Go ahead.
Thank you so.
Oops, now we've lost you.
Um, so I just want to clarify, there has been zero community engagement. I found out about this on accident. The community has now found themselves in a situation where they saw things on social media posted by Mr. Botha, sent it to me, and now that's why you're going to have this flurry of, is this a meat production or is it tourism? Because tourism was included in that post. So now there's going to be a sense of distrust. And that's concerning. It makes it difficult for me as well. However, we now have this issue with meat production. Great. So we don't have a facility, number one, no facility to process. That is a key factor. How are we putting the horse before the cart, or the cart before the horse, however they say it? It's premature. We don't have an option. And I don't think things like that can be built overnight, obviously. If there is a tourism component, which I believe ultimately there will be, and to his own submission just now, they're looking at a commercial property nearby, there's more review to be had. Because my reference in a previous meeting about the gondola was not about there's going to be a gondola. It's the reference that we are engaged with the same challenges of no community engagement, and that leads to assumptions and distrust, because that project also included visitor facilities, extra activities that this could potentially provide. Also, great concern for the NAR that's abutting this property. Hunting is mentioned in the post. So whether the animals or the people, visitors, whoever, they can breach that. And there is native plants and species in there. The property he's on, yes, private property, but it is also zoned as emergencies and public safety are absolute concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raquel. I've not used this tool also. Thank you. Moving on to further public testimony.
KHDC director.
KHDC director, you're unmuted. I think. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Andy Friend. I'm the co-owner of the bison herd on Kauai. And I'm here to ask to talk about the update of the import conditions. I'm sure most of you know we have about 100 head here on Kauai that my partner and I took over management of about 13 years ago from the prior owner, who brought the herd over, who started bringing bison over to Kauai in the 80s. And we need to bring in some bison for genetic infusion to get some DNA, new DNA into the herd. We've brought over on 2 occasions prior to now bison, so we've been through the import process twice, and unfortunately in the flood of 2018 we lost part of those bison in that flood. But about a year ago we moved the herd to the west side of the island to a Malka pasture property, and they're doing great. It's taken us a while to get our pasture set up, and So we're glad to be there. We're glad to be out of the flood area. And, you know, we didn't put them there, but we inherited that herd. And so we've started up processing again with a local USDA slaughterhouse, and we have existing customers. We've had, we're selling now, and we've been selling bison meat to a number of customers over the past 10 years. And, we have good demand. It's a good product. But we need to bring in some new genetics, and so I'm updating those permit.
Could you summarize, sir?
Pardon me?
Please summarize.
Okay, that's it. I was just saying I could use the help on getting those 4 bison. We need to bring in 4 bison soon for genetic infusion into our herd. Will really help.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. No other public testimony? No other public testimony, then let me ask once again if the board has any comments since we went out of order to the public. Okay, Jimmy, Dr. Moniz?
Yeah, I just want to comment about my the conditions. I don't know, in my mind, we may be a month away from taking this up again and approving it. I would think some of the concerns I heard from the other board members could be addressed by plant industry within a month, including the ones that I brought up. I disagree a little bit with Jonathan that to me, it's a lot easier to make amendments to the permit, bring it before the board versus going through the entire administrative rule changes. It takes a lot longer. And I just like to see some specificity on some of those things that I addressed, just so it's black and white and easy for the importer to understand what their expectations are. And I don't think the extreme expectations, I'm pretty sure Mr. Botha already meets or plans to meet these expectations. So I just wanted to say that before we went to a vote.
Okay. Noted. Thank you, Dr. Moniz. If there's no further board discussion, we'll move to the vote. Okay, calling for the vote. Are there any objections or abstentions?
Me, Jimmy.
I think they said they're gonna abstain, so
Okay,
let's take a roll call.
okay, let's take a roll call vote since there will be abstentions. I remember now. And said he would. Sorry about that. Okay, calling for the vote. The measure we're voting on, just as a reminder, is to one moment. Restating the animals by permit for breeding and commercial meat production by Aloha Bison LLC and update permit conditions for the importation and possession of plains bison, an animal on the list of restricted animals Part B by permit for breeding and commercial meat production by Aloha Bison LLC. Calling for the vote, Dave Smith.
Vote approved.
That's a yes. And Dr. Parwinder Grewal.
Not here.
Oh,
Is he here? Oh,
he
he's
is
here.
right there.
Sorry.
I approve.
Okay. Calling Mark Takimoto.
I want to say no.
Okay. And Diane Lay.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. And Nathaniel Oswald.
Approved reservations.
Thank you. And Dr. Jason Moniz.
Yeah, can I ask a question before I vote? If this doesn't go through, do they have the option to come back in a month?
Jonathan Hill, Plant Growing Team Branch Manager. Yeah, so so I guess there's 2 things. If there are not enough votes to carry, the motion dies, and then obviously it can be resubmitted. If the vote is to disapprove, it cannot be brought back, or it has to be brought back and be significantly different That's the way the rules are set up.
We're not voting on that, right? We're just
Right,
voting on-
yeah, but yeah, so I think too, I guess so if it doesn't happen, we can
Yeah, because
come back.
I guess if you don't have the votes to say
Yeah.
yes, then the vote fails, and then
Yeah,
They can,
they can resubmit.
thank you, Jonathan. Okay, does that answer your question, Dr. Muniz?
No, can maybe Deputy Attorney General state it one more time?
Okay, so right now the vote is to approve. So if you don't get at least 6 votes, the motion will just fail. I don't think, if you don't get 6 votes, I don't think you're gonna have enough to disapprove. But if you had taken a motion to disapprove, which is not what's before you, then they could not come back. But if it's only that this motion to approve has failed, then they can resubmit. So right now, if this motion fails, they can resubmit. That's all you need. Yes. For purposes of your question, this motion and what's happening, if there's not 6 votes approving it, then it will fail, and then they may resubmit, yes.
All right, I don't know if anybody ever voted no with reservations, but it's how I'm voting.
So
No.
sorry, so
What's your thought?
sorry, no, so I guess one of the questions now that I'm thinking about it, we're kind of halfway through the vote is,
But they may not resubmit, right? I mean.
well, so I guess this is like a completely tangent issue, is that,
Jonathan, we're voting on the motion.
Wait, hold on. He
Yeah.
had something.
So, while the board is voting on the motion, I think, Dr. Moniz has brought up, I think, quite a bit of changes to the conditions. Right now, the board is approving the conditions as they stand.
Yes, it's as they stand,
Right,
because
so-
no change was made to the motion.
Yeah, so I think that's the issue, because I think we're in agreement that, the things that Dr. Moniz is bringing up, obviously, we can figure out the specific language to, obviously pre-approve the site. So like, for example, there is a pre-approved condition for PQB, we can add AI. But I think, ultimately, that's technically not on the board, right?
No.
Or for the decision making.
Okay,
So I think, but, or do we move the motion forward to make another motion to approve? Sorry.
I would say right before you, right now, an open motion that's being voted
Yes,
on is
as
as is.
is.
And that other stuff is, I guess, if you guys want to work on that outside of this with Dr. Moniz, because you have
We have a lot,
you
yeah.
have discretion in that.
Oh, to update the condition. Okay, you're right, you're
Even
right.
as the conditions aren't here, that's fine, but I don't think that's before you, and I don't want to confuse the board with anything like changing the conditions,
No,
because you're in the
yeah.
middle of a live vote,
Yeah.
and
no,
it is
I'm
just
sorry.
to approve as is.
No, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no, it's fine, I
That's
get
right,
it,
that was
but I'm just meaning more like, if it fails, then however.
Okay, so right now we're taking the vote. We have 4 yeses, 1 with reservations, and Dr. Jason Moniz. Your vote?
Yes, with reservations.
Okay. And Young has said no. And has.
No.
Oh, I have to go back
Ask
here?
him, he might abstain, you gotta ask him.
Oh,
No.
No,
no, okay, and James goes.
No.
It's you, Sharon.
It's me. I vote yes.
So that's 6, right?
Yep.
Okay, so it passes.
The motion passes with 6 yeses, 2 with reservations, and 1 no. And my vote is, not that I have to explain it, but my vote is based on staff testimony, recommendation to approve. Okay?
Chair, you have 2 no's. Ian and myself, no.
I'm sorry,
one
I'm
no.
sorry. So, the vote is 6 yeses,
There's 3 no's.
We can change that.
3 no's? Oh, yeah.
Change that.
You have a
Okay, Mark and Jimmy were no's. We have 6 yeses with 2 reservations. Okay, thank you for that. I'm restating my summary. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 2.
3.
Okay, item is plant quarantine, item 2.
Yeah, no, I will.
Okay,
We're doing C3, right?
we're doing C2 right now,
No, so yeah, so
right?
wait,
We're
we're doing
doing
C2 first. right?
C2.
Right.
And then we're going to move up because as it was explained to me, you want to explain it?
Okay, wait, so.
Wait, so, okay, this is my understanding. Are we moving? Okay, so we're on C2.
Yes.
Are we moving new business before that or before C3?
Okay, so.
What relates to each other, I guess?
Okay, so we're doing the new business before.
C3.
If the new business has to do with.
Yeah, so I think member Lee.
My request to the chair was to cover the new business non-action item, with basically information prior to item number 3. Under plant quarantine.
Okay. So I'll do
Because
C2 first.
I don't think it relates, well, I mean, there's indirect relationship to the Kalapapa request, but
It's more
it's
about
not specific to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I was confused. Okay.
Okay, so Jonathan, we're,
Sorry.
now that we've got to ask for the motion, so resubmittal of requests for review and approval of the petition from Nancy Holman, Kalapapa National Historic Park, to initiate administrative rulemaking to amend plant quarantine interim rule 25-1 to allow gravel to be moved from any other area in the state to the island of Molokai if it has been subjected to an approved treatment prior to movement. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the request? Okay, there is not a motion to approve the request to hear the resubmittal.
I don't think it's to hear, it's to approve. If you guys want to take it first and then make a motion after you can.
Yeah.
This isn't required to be taken at the beginning.
So I don't have a motion to approve the request. Can we move forward?
We can move forward.
Discussion.
Let's just go into presentation, testimony, discussion, and at the end. You can make, it's possible the board wants to see everything before they make a motion.
Okay, then we'll move to the presentation by Stan.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Jonathan Ho, Plant Quarantine Branch Manager. Yeah, so this is a resubmittal of the request to amend interim rule 25-1 that was brought before the board late February. Ultimately, the intent is to enable the movement of specific types of gravel for management of a lot of the infrastructure that is within the park. And ultimately, at the last board meeting, there was a lot of discussion as to, I think, some of the specifics in terms of what needed to be done, how it needed to be done. And there was a little bit of confusion on our part in that I was expecting the actual petitioner to come, but they actually had one of their staff who did attend the board meeting, and there was a bit of miscommunication in terms of, I think, how they were supposed to attend. So they actually did attend, but they came in as, I think, as a testifier as opposed to the applicant. So there was a little bit of confusion there, but they are here today to answer any specific questions that the board may have as it relates to the proposed amendment for the petition. In their appendix B, the petitioners have, really gone through the meeting and the questions that were brought up before the board to really address, I think, some of the specific questions that were asked in terms of cost, the type of movement, things like that. And then I think there was, they also produced a community survey within the area, which is also included as Appendix C. And from the branch's standpoint, our recommendation is still the same in that, gravel is similar to anything else, really anything else moving in that, and provided that it is going to be inspected and treated prior to movement, it's going to be, significantly less risk in that the treatment does, obviously kill CRB, all life stages have been verified to do so. And the treatment is at a rate that also will kill other pests, LFA, koki. And so obviously the material is, for all intents and purposes, disinfested from pretty much all arthropods pests. And we provided a proposed interim rule appendix D to enable the treatment. And if the board is uncomfortable with the way that the wording is written, in that it's very it enables gravel in any instance. We can amend the condition or the language to do it on a case-by-case basis, which is, I think, a little more difficult, but the board could do that, and we could make the changes to do that on a case-by-case basis, or to have very specific treatments that are only designated by the board, like specifically the Protheum, which is the thing that we're using currently now for, I don't know how many shipments at this point of mulch and green waste to Maui County that are going on a weekly basis. But yeah, ultimately, we're recommending approval of the amendment. Yeah, like I said, the petitioner representatives are here and to answer any questions that the board may have. And yeah, available for questions.
Okay, so this is a little out of order for me. What do we do at this point with?
The testimony, do everything the same. You just don't have a motion before you.
Okay, alrighty.
And someone can make a motion at the end. And if no one makes a motion, then nothing's voted on, and nothing happens.
Okay, did you understand that?
Yeah, no,
Okay, I got
absolutely.
it. I got it now. Thank you. So taking a public testimony? No hands? Anyone in the room wish to testify?
Petition. We are the petitioner.
Oh, so I think petitioner.
Public is public.
So whoever wants to go first.
You're up.
Okay.
You're closer to the chicken.
Okay, all right, I'll just, okay.
Okay.
Okay, should I wait or you want me to?
No,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. So good morning, Chair, members of the board, Wayne Snucker, Circle of Hawaii. We respectfully oppose this.
Excuse me, could you respect the speaker? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So we respectfully oppose this position as presented right now in particular. First, I want to mahalo the board for supporting the historic interim CRB rules for Molokai. That's probably why we've only seen maybe about 5 CRBs so far instead of 50. But because of these recent discoveries of CRB, particularly, I think that makes it particularly inappropriate to loosen protections that you've promulgated for Molokai. People in the community are jamming right now to respond to this emergency. And so to have this petition move forward, it's just going to create a distraction, potentially even a diversion from the capacity and the resources that the community needs to address the current and potential future threats of CRB. And I do want to make clear that these rules, the rule amendment in the petition is not only confined to Kalapapa. So, essentially, anyone like a wealthy landowner can point to Kalapapa and say, I want to bring gravel here from another island, and how come I can do it if they can do it, right? So this implicates much larger, like an entire island. And again, that's why I think consultation, as I think this board encouraged the petitioner last time, is so critical. And unfortunately, that still has not happened, especially with the stakeholders who've been doing the work and who've been advocating for years, if not decades, for Molokai biosecurity. I appreciate there's a survey in the petition. It seems like the survey was drafted by the petitioner and circulated largely amongst their employees. So again, it's not really representative of, I think, what the community's sentiments and concerns are. And finally, I just want to, note that, I think the board has emphasized how important it is for communities to take part of this biosecurity effort, right? For Molokai, right? Educating each other, taking action, surveying, and really that's what folks have been doing. They've been stepping up, right? And so for years in CRB and for decades for Molokai biosecurity. And so just, beyond everything else I just said, out of fairness, out of respect for their work, out of the importance of acknowledging this is all hands on deck situation. We really want to encourage you to deny the first petition and encourage the meaningful consultation. I think can lead to solutions that all parties can agree with, right? And so with that, happy to answer any questions, and thank you so much for
Thank you. Thanks for testifying. Thank you for being here. Any other public testimony from the room? We have someone approaching the mic.
So I'm not sure if I'm public, I'm Department of Health, state agency.
Okay, interesting. You could represent either.
Is that part of? Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, because I'm not used to this order either. It's usually I would come in at the end as a testifier, right?
No, that's right. He's not staff, he's not.
So I'm doing this on behalf. Chair and members of the board, my name is Baron Chan. I'm the branch chief for the Hansen's disease branch of the Department of Health. One of the facilities that we have jurisdiction and governance is Kalawao County, which is a separate county from Maui. The settlement was established by King Kamehameha V for the isolation of patients with Hansen's disease, or what a lot of people know as leprosy. So we're here to support the petition that the National Park Service has submitted. And the reasons are primarily because the National Park Service is responsible for the maintenance of the infrastructure in Kalaupapa that was requested by the patients back in 1980. So the congressional delegation pushed it through, and if you probably know, President Obama signed. I'm sorry, I'm getting off track on a different issue. But anyways, one of their responsibilities is maintenance of roads. And many of the roads that lead outside of the settlement are gravel roads. Within the settlement it's paved, but outside of the settlement it's gravel. So because of the Kona low storms and any other type of events that cause erosion, it creates huge problems for the community, not just for national parks, but for our patients, because the state is responsible for the care of the patients. So the main road that leads outside of Kalaupapa, Damien Road, I believe it's called, it leads to the evacuation site when we have threatened acts of nature like tsunamis, for example. There's a site up there where there's an area where helicopters can come in and evacuate the patients. We have containers there with medical supplies, emergency supplies like food and water. If we cannot get on that road to that site, our community will be in jeopardy of getting washed out by the tsunami. And we had a recent threat, several months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And in my tenure working with the program,
Please summarize.
so beyond that, there's also a patient that is in the late 80s that travels that road almost every day. And without that road, she won't be able to travel there. And it's to maintain Father Damien's church, the Protestant church that was established. And there's a lot of other natural and cultural resources that won't be accessed. And that's not our Kuleana, that's the Kuleana of national parks.
Okay.
But if the road is washed out, I mean, people will be at risk. And we are a different county. I know this is a state rule.
I think it's the petition was for Molokai. It wasn't for county, as I
Okay,
recall. It was for the island.
island of Molokai. But that's why we support it. It's for the health and safety of our patients, our employees, the clergy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other testifiers in the room?
No.
Okay. Just to remind, I'm sorry that there is a time limit.
I know. Don't start much timer yet. Aloha, and say Laurie Buchanan from Hawai. I first want to thank the Board of Ag and Biosecurity for putting the rule in. I'm going to say, and I'm going to say that everything that was testified on the record is also what I wanted to say. Obviously, I have a lot to say because I did review the questions, and I wanted to thank board members for being so on it and asking really great questions of the petitioner. In Appendix B, if you guys have Appendix B in front of you, it would be really great to pull it up right now because I wanted to address some of the answers that they gave this board. for the reasons why this is so critical to the Kalapapa. And so, can topside Molokai support Kalapapa's gravel request? Yes. Yes, they can. They can. It's an alternative. Let's not even talk about the cost right now, which is, I think, the numbers are wrong. But the answer is yes. To further protect Molokai from CRB risk and prevention, they asked about, the Board of Ag and Biosecurity asked about how clean are the trucks, and stuff like that. And there was no, I want to say no biosecurity plan for this. The answer for all of those questions was, we're going to make it up as we go along. And then there was a question about how many patients was there. And that is the first mention of a tour company that operates 6 days per week. And then also about trucks and where they're coming from. And those questions was never answered. Instead, they chose to answer it with, they would write up a contract and give out a solicitation. Oh, that was fast. But where is, I can't see how they have time for solicitation and to make the barge within 2 months. In closing, I can't believe how fast. None of the responses would ever pass what we call a HACCP analysis plan, which I have been trained in HACCP analysis, which is hazard analysis and critical control point, which the federal government is supposed to be making. But I'm here today as a beneficiary, landowner of Department of Homelands, which is where the project site is, and then also that Damon Road traverses over DLNR, which you just heard that DOH has jurisdiction over as well. They went from 40 tons or 40 cubic yards in 2019 to 80. And then this year they want 200. Not a resident, but a worker there laughed when I said, oh my gosh, I know, sum it up. Is why don't they take the 20,000 tons that were washed out and just put it back on the road? We can sling load it out. The cost would be half of the cost. I got my own quote estimates. And again, the cost of not protecting the North Shore of Molokai is even greater. And as we speak, we have several people on the island of Molokai that are doing new collections for New Grove on Molokai at Molokai Community College. And there is a big emergency response going on for CRB on Molokai right now, which is going to cost a lot. And it's going to cost way more if we ever get it in Kalapapa.
Thank you for the work you do. Thank you for being here.
Mahalo. Thank you, board. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room wish to testify? Oh, someone online is being recognized?
Yeah. Alex, you can state your name and organization. You have 2 minutes.
Can you guys?
Hi, Alex.
Hello?
Alex, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Hi, my name is Alex Redeker. I'm one of the fumigation experts that help with the CRB trials with the fumigant with UH and CRB. The process is one of the most fine-tuned and effective treatments to date that the state of Hawaii has ever approved. Going through this, there's unanimous support. The chair or the director of DHHL wrote a letter in support. They're one of the landowners. DOT wrote a letter of support. They're one of the key players. Department of Health has testified. You know, the hardest part that we see on this is that the gravel that was supposed to be used topside in the quarry doesn't even have CRB traps around the quarry. There's a lot of issues that we see on the island of Molokai that topside is not addressing. And unfortunately, looking at this treatment option having these different treatments being utilized to transship things across Maui County, it's been highly effective. You know, we look at Molokai, no fumigations resulted in 3 beetles, whereas Maui County had fumigations twice a week resulted in 1 beetle. We look at the numbers, doing treatments are highly effective. I'm strongly in support of the board helping the community of Kalapapa. This is a once a year barge. It's going to kill ants, frogs, CRB. It's going to kill everything on this shipment. So if you guys have any questions on the process, I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Anyone else in the room to testify? Anyone online? Any board discussion? All right. So there is no motion.
There's no discussion. Hand raises hand.
Oh, N.
Thank you, Chair. You know, this one is tough because I feel like everybody who is testifying, they're all right, you know, in their own way. And so, you know, I think part of it is the structure of the request itself. You know, as Jonathan said, it might be it would be more difficult, but maybe more prudent to look at this as a one-off. You know, so because I mean, there's valid questions about disaster preparedness and those kinds of things, and you know, we don't necessarily want the residents of Kalaupapa to suffer those because they're getting caught up in a larger fight. That being said, you know, the presenter just saying, I feel good about Profume for containerized shipments, but then there are all the other pieces, right? The trucks that are the equipment that's being used to load, and kind of all the other touch points that come with this as well. So it's sensitive. I'm not sure. I'm not from Maui County, so you know, we'll defer to those guys to a large extent on the community piece. But you know, the previous testifier from Molokai did say that Topside would be willing to look at something that, you know, is going to work for Kalaupapa. So I don't know that's this motion. I'm sorry, that's this recommendation that's in front of us. But there's got to be a way to get it together to make sure that these things can happen. And so I don't know what that answer is, but I think we should have that discussion on how we can move something that's going to get this done.
Thank you, Anne. Diane.
I think Anne covered my points. It's very frustrating to, you know, have some science behind something and yet a place where the park and the Kalaupapa community cannot come together with the other side of the island's community. We need to bring people together, and I don't know what those meaningful solutions are, but let's get to them. We need to do this. We need to do it right.
Okay. Noted. Jimmy Combs.
I'll go after Nathaniel.
Oh, go ahead, Nathaniel.
Thank you, Jimmy. So I have a couple of things I'm going to kind of touch on. I want to echo kind of what Diane said. I do wish we had a little more response from the Molokai community. I'm looking through the testimony. I see one part-time resident. I just feel like that we need to get more people who live here sat down and kind of explain what this is all about. Also, I want to echo what Ann said, that this could be considered kind of a one-off thing. We want to protect Molokai, but we also want to protect its people. And so finding the most, you know, pertinent solution for that is important. And I do have a question for Alex, if he's willing to answer a few, if that's okay.
Sure. Alex, are you still on? There we go.
Alex, can you kind of give us a brief rundown on the Profume treatment process? And also, have you ever recorded an ineffective treatment?
You guys hear me?
Alex, if you're talking, we
It's a
don't
little
hear
bit,
you.
it's kind of quiet.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Board Member Oswald, I'm sorry, what were your questions?
Yeah, could you give us kind of a brief synopsis on the process? Just kind of a high overview of the process of how this particular treatment would be handled, which I know we've gone through, but how you would see it being done. And also, do you have record of a failed treatment?
Okay. Well, let's start with the failed treatment first. Absolutely. Like when we were creating this treatment schedule with Dr. Melzer, we started at a lower rate of I think it was 1,000 CTs. We went from 1,000 to 1,200 to 1,500 CTs to ultimately we kept going until bugs stopped hatching. We realized that the eggs were the most difficult to kill. So we did 24-hour, 48, 72-hour, and this was all validated just recently again with USDA. They were back at Melzer's lab doing this on a joint thing. So absolutely, if you're not monitoring this, which is a requirement of the SLN, if you're not actively staying tuned with this, you can absolutely have a failure. The gas goes into, like, imagine blowing air into a balloon. If that seal on that balloon is not perfect, the gas can come out. Like, you have to monitor and have the science behind it. Failing to monitor is a direct violation of the SLN, which is a direct violation of federal law. So the safeguard is with plant quarantine with Jonathan Ho's division there. They will routinely come out and inspect our numbers and what we do, and we have to submit almost similar to a phytosanitary certificate for the feds, stating that this is what we achieve, this is what we have, and it works. Now, a high, quick overview process on this would be the material would be placed in the bin or the container, however the mode of transport would be. It would be tarped. It would have a shooting hose inside of it with a fan to disperse the gas throughout the area. We would shoot it based upon the Douglas Products Profume Fumigate calculator. So it's not it looks like it's 5 pounds worth. Like, we have to follow the scientific scale per the label. Once that amount is shot, we would take a reading 1 hour after to validate that we are hitting the concentration numbers we need. And we would take readings throughout the entire duration of the fumigation to prove that we hit the 3,000 CTs. Upon the fumigation being concluded, we would pull the tarp partially open to aerate it. The label prohibits the fumigation to be done while it's in transit. So we have to vent it, get the gas out of it. We would put the tarp back on. If it's a roll-on, roll-off bin, the tarp would stay on it to safeguard it. If it's in a container, the doors would get closed back up. At that point, it would get shipped and get moved.
Alex, if upon arrival of this gravel, if there was by some chance that there was a witness to, like, something came over, how hard would it be to respond? Like, what's the timeline for response?
Probably like 2 to 3 hours. I mean,
you
looking at
you get down to Kalapapa and do a retreatment. Is it possible to do a
100%.
retreatment?
Like, we have tarps in Kalapapa. We have equipment in Kalapapa. Before the gravel became an issue, we were doing dirt that was going in for them because they have a rule that they're not allowed to dig in the ground because it's a cultural site. So we worked with CRM and their preservation crew to make sure there's no LFA and other things.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Jimmy.
Okay, couple of things that I have is and it was stated back in 2020, you got 80 yards. 6 years later, they're asking for another 120 yards. So it comes to 200 yards. And one of the questions I have is the gravel didn't leave the island. It's still in Kalapapa on Damien Road. So you could have the facility with equipment to retrieve that and bring it back, okay? The sad part that we asked the last time, besides that, I want to thank staff for answering a lot of the questions that I had in the last meeting. Thank you. But besides that, I'm kind of disappointed. This morning, I've got a bunch of testimonies that came in, which I would like to say please make a cutoff like 24 hours before the meeting so we can read all of these testimonies. There's quite a bit testimonies that we had this morning. But my thought process is I wish the broader Molokai community would send in testimony because a lot of the denials were coming from people from all over the Pa'aina. Quite a bit of it that was in denial. My last point is on the invasive species. We should add to the list the Queensland's longhorn beetle, two-line spittlebug, and the hollow scale that was detected in the last 5 years, which has not been identified on this list. That's all I got to say right now.
Thank you, Jimmy. Excuse me. Dr. Moniz, do you have your hand up?
Yes,
Okay.
I guess what I want to see is, I don't see the scientific data if we can be provided with it. I'm having a hard time accepting fumigant going through gravel, depending on the gauge of the gravel, how fine it is, how coarse it is. How does it get to the center of the gravel, to the bottom of the container? And where did they measure when they measure whether it was effectively fumigated? In the center of the pile, at the bottom of the container? I don't understand that, so it's pretty hard to have confidence in the process.
Yeah, so right now we witness the treatments, and like Alex had mentioned, they use essentially probes that are buried inside to ensure that the concentration of the chemical is reaching those particular the amount to kill all life stages of CRB, right? So it's not like it's just like there's one on the top. So there is one buried in, and they're throughout they're throughout the whatever's being fumigated. As it relates to porosity, this is probably far more porous than would be the material that's already being fumigated, that's being moved to Maui County currently. There's a lot of compost and stuff that's being fumigated and moved, and I don't know how many containers, 2-3 containers a week that are subjected to this treatment. And again, we haven't seen CRB. We've done in the initial portions, we were having staff go and have them watch them offload the stuff, and we've never seen CRB. So again, we're confident that the treatment is being done appropriately, and obviously, like Alex said, there's a check. It's not like we just we pray that it hits there, that you have all of these guidelines and requirements subject to the label to ensure that you're getting to those thresholds, to ensure that you're eradicating CRB. So Alex did allude to a little bit about eggs. So I think it's either 1 day or 2 day old eggs are the hardest to kill. So everything else is long dead well before then. And so it's essentially only the 2 day old egg. So the concentration is designed for a 1 to 2 day old egg. So that's really what's being set up for this. So yeah, and again, we've been doing this with witnessing treatments. I don't know how many years at this point now, but yeah, we've been doing this for a while. And again, from a quarantine standpoint, this is essential. This is no different than anything else that's already moving. And I think, and I think there's that talk about, I think, vehicles and all of these other things. And I think one of the challenges is that we don't necessarily have authority per se to regulate vehicles in of themselves. And I think because I think and this is kind of a side topic, not necessarily related to CRB, but I guess it kind of is, they're good hitchhikers. And I think when you look at the pests that we're dealing with, LFA, coqui, and CRB, they're excellent hitchhikers. They're on everything, provided that it stays out in an infested area long enough. And well, maybe that's more for cocaine LFA. I think for CRB, because they're very mobile, you have a lot more likelihood of potential hitchhiking. So you know, again, subjecting this to a treatment which eliminates everything and then precluding subsequent infestation after the fact is, you know, what should be done. And it's, again, going far beyond anything else that's being moved already, I think, to that extent.
Jonathan, to the point about you're not having the authority to check the trucks, if they come off of a barge, you would.
You can. So I guess, so the authority to go and look is one thing, right? If we're there, we're at the harbor, we have authority to access and do the inspections. To compel and hold for, like we would do for a normal inspection, we do not have authority.
So if the shipper, or in this case, the transporter, gave you authority to check.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, so like, so in this particular instance, right, the petitioners have stated, right, that they're willing to, you know, do extra stuff. And we're more than willing to go above and beyond to make sure that Molokai does not get affected with, you know, stuff, and that's fine, because that's the goal of what we need to do.
That it shouldn't hang in the air that you don't have the authority, because you actually can.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Before I go to N, I would like legal to respond to Jimmy's question about he wishes he would have more time to review testimony. If you don't mind.
Yeah. Just that, yeah, we can't block testimony from being received from the public.
Yeah, they can actually drop it in.
They can even, yeah, that's why they're allowed to come and testify in person. So if we receive testimony, that's when we have to take it.
Well, you know, the reason I brought that up, and Dave Smith we can attest to that on DLNR, they have a cutoff date. In DLNR, when you're on the board, it's got to be 24 hours before.
I would be shocked if they did not allow public, I mean, maybe is that to departments? Because I don't think you can prevent it.
You can testify in person, right?
Yeah, but they cut off written testimony.
Written testimony, I don't know the rule on that.
I have never heard of that. I'd just be surprised. I guess I could confirm with OIP, but they really don't like.
All right, it is what it is.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. Recognizing N.
Okay, well, I mean, we certainly don't want to literally miss the boat this year. So, you know, to try and kind of craft a way forward, you know, I don't think we as the board are going to be able to come up with technical specifications, you know, that are going to be able to mitigate what we're trying to prevent here. Yeah. But it sounds like Park Service is willing to, you know, do some extra. It sounds like Topside has some ideas about what they might want to see, and it sounds like Jonathan, you folks are willing to be a little flexible on how you know, how intensely we kind of follow this process. So, is there a way for you know, us or Park Service or somebody to be on site when the material arrives? You know, again, I'm not a technical expert, so undercarriage washes, you know, different kind of treatments on the front side and or back side, you know, wherever might be most appropriate for you folks, and then for us to move to delegate that to you folks as a one-time approval. And if so, you know, is the rest of the board, like from a temperature check standpoint, the rest of the board open to that? Are we not able to change a motion, or?
Yeah, well, because I think so I think one, there's no motion at this point, right? So I think right now we're just in discussion. And obviously, the recommendation right now is to approve the Appendix D as it is stated or provided in the submittal. I think to get it to the only way that I could foresee it occurring is, we're gonna have to amend the rule, because the rules of prohibition. So there would, the way that I would probably do it is you would allow gravel on a case-by-case basis, subject to, something approved by the board. And then it would allow for this particular shipment to be moved and us to obviously work with the applicant or the petitioner to come up with additional mitigations beyond the fumigation of the gravel. And then should there be other folks that would like to do this, or something similar, they would have to come back before the board to petition again. That's the only way that I can really see it happening, because you need to amend the interim rule. And then that's, I think, as limiting as you can get it to be as it relates to gravel. And then obviously we would just work with them for everything else, because I think really, but we really don't have necessarily jurisdiction to compel it per se. I don't know if we could predicate that. I don't know, that's more.
If you guys want to go into exec session, I would recommend that, so that I can discuss legality with you.
I don't have my exec session.
You do. Someone can make a motion.
Oh, you just wrote it up.
I did it.
Board, motion to move into executive session to consult with the board's attorney in questions and issues pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities relating to this agenda item. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Motion. Oh, second.
Thank you. Second, thank you. Motion was Jimmy, I think, and second was Nate. So we will go into executive
Well, you have
session.
to vote.
Oh,
You need 2/3.
Okay. Taking a vote?
Yeah, so are there any objections or abstention?
Any objections or extensions? Hearing, seeing none. I do see a hand up there. Whose hand is
Jimmy.
It's Jimmy's.
Jimmy?
No, I had a question, but we can go in executive session.
Oh,
Okay,
thank you.
you can ask me a question.
So hearing, seeing none, where motion is accepted unanimously, we're going into executive session. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, do we need to log out and go into a different?
Yeah, we're gonna do a Teams invite.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll look at my email. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever had one.
I don't like to. This is kind of an issue. I don't give your advice that can be.
Yeah.
To see, so I'd rather do it.
Sure.
Are we still, can I talk to Jimmy about the testimony? That's just not a fit.
Oh,
Can anybody hear?
I can hear you.
Do we know what's going on?
I think we're waiting for a link. So they're going to send an email
Okay.
for the executive session, but I haven't received it yet.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Jason, this the executive session? Can't hear you.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, they're just gonna send us a different email or something, huh?
Yeah.
I don't see that.
I didn't see any email.
Oh, it is working. Okay. Yeah, I think we're waiting for IT to send an email.
Well, because I had a feeling that no one knew what to do.
I didn't.
Well, we just need to keep side words on it, which is basically we're amending the rule, right? So clarity is fine, we're doing.
Always in the middle. So the other one.
Always in the middle.
In theory.
Always fine.
As long as we keep quorum, we're okay. But I think it wants to be before this thing.
Jeez, now we put the public. Smelty. Are they back in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I still don't have it.
Okay, we're gonna go back into order. Okay, so. Thank you everyone for your patience while we were in exec session, calling the meeting, the public session back to order at 12:44. And do we have a motion?
Yeah, I think you're still.
We're still in the portion of the meeting where there is no motion. We had the discussion. Diane, hands up, recognizing Diane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to make a motion that we approve staff recommendation to amend the interim rule. However, this would be limited to a case-by-case basis as approved by the board.
Okay.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Parwinder. So it's been moved and seconded that we approve the staff recommendation to amend. Do I take a vote?
But subject to.
Subject to the motion that was just made by.
Yes, a
member
case
Diane.
by case basis.
As
Approved by the board.
On a case by case basis as approved by the board. Thank you. So, do we go public?
No, because we did that already.
Okay, so we're moving straight into the vote. Are there any recusals or objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved as amended. Unanimously. Okay, thank you.
Wait, so Diane.
Chair, I'd like to make another motion, and that would be to. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, okay. I'd like to make a motion that we approve on a one time to allow the importation of treated gravel and on-site inspection by the department for the Kalapapa Natural History. Oh, I've got the wrong name here, sorry.
Historic Park.
Yeah.
Historic Park, sorry.
Yeah. So, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second is N, thank you, N. So it has been moved and seconded on that second motion to approve the request on a one-time basis to bring in gravel treated and observed by the staff. Yeah, that's the motion. So are there any objections or abstentions? Hearing, seeing none. That second motion is approved. Okay, so moving on to item 3, we were going to take out of order the non-action item for new business. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Okay, yeah, so this is a non-action item. It's a discussion regarding the information provided by the department at the April 15, 2026 joint informational briefing before the Senate Committees on Commerce and Consumer Protection and Agriculture and Environment related to biosecurity activities covered under HRS Chapter 158. Basically, there were 2 really big issues that were brought up, particularly as it relates to Chapter 150A. And really, it really centers around practical implementation of how we're dealing with rejections of widespread pests that are established throughout the state, and light infestations of those, and then the specific organisms that are designated as pests. So a lot of the focus was again light infestation. So and as during the discussion, there was a lot of discussion about the department doesn't have authority per se to release a light infestation. And again, from a practical implementation of the statute, the statute does require that disinfestation or quarantine is required for anything that's found to be infested. And from a practical standpoint, if this were to occur, that would be significantly detrimental to the state in that, cockroaches or, that were found in a shipment would be subjected to treatment. There wouldn't be any ability to manage those that affect to the state against the ability of the department meeting its mission to prevent the introduction and spread of pests. And initially there was that implementation, the rejection implementation issue was really, I think initially it was broader in that there was talk about pests, things that were heavily infested, or things that we've discussed as or the department or the branch considers NKO, so not known to occur in the state. So for those particular scenarios, should those things be found, we're in complete compliance with the statute. There is no discretion to release a light infestation of those things. Again, where that issue really, again, is for things that are already established throughout the state that are widespread, and there is a light infestation. And again, should we do that, again, that impact to the state would be, again, we have the increase in cost of, importing food. We import 90% of our food. And, obviously, food insecurity and all those things, you're going to have this very big impact should we do letter of the law as it relates. And I think figuring out how to manage that through the statute, I think we'll have to figure out, I think personally, I think it's kind of like similar to speeding. If you're driving 56, can the police officer release you? I don't know if there's an exception in the law for that, but I think, right, again, that implementation that we've been doing has been able to manage risk appropriately. And, obviously figuring out how we're going to deal with that through the statute. I think that was the first issue. And then the second issue is, as it relates to pests and that designation. And at the end of the meeting, which organisms are pests or not, as defined by 150A2, and then how do that designation occur? So the submittal that's after this is seeking to address that basically by creating rules to designate pests. The rules were created to address to quickly address the lack of rules. And it's very clear when we did them, because I don't know how many days we had, a few days, they were not comprehensive. And when I guess when we get to it, the testimony, okay, well, anyway, that was it. We tried to address both of those things at what we're doing is trying to address both of those things. And obviously the rules will be discussed secondarily. And then, the light infestation, that's what we're doing. Again, it goes back to, practical implementation of what we need to do against I guess, what the statute states. So.
Chris, does anyone from the public wish to give testimony?
No hands.
No hands? Okay. So, in terms of board discussion, sorry, anyone in the room want to listen? No,
Sorry, point of order, we're not on item 3, the request, this is just new business.
Yeah, non-action item.
Yes, thank you.
All right, but there is time for public testimony and now we're in board discussion. Okay, board discussion, I do have a comment on this matter. I was at the joint informational briefing, of course, and we did make the commitment, Jonathan, to review the rules and try to come back next year with some revisions that were more practicable and enforceable.
Yeah, I think ultimately, I guess how it was presented, I think after going through the hearing, I think there are things that, I think there's information that I think we as the branch need to provide for consideration, I think, as it relates to some of the arguments that were brought up. And again, I think, specifically as it relates to those light infestations,
right,
and for widespread pests. And how that works, I'm not quite sure. And I think before we get there and provide legislation, I think it's going to be really contingent on us of actually getting, I think, the facts as it relates to, I think, how the policy kind of relates to reality in terms of just how often this happens or doesn't happen. Because I think it's a lot of it is right now, it's just like, it could happen, but the fact is to what it is I think we're kind of managing that.
As I recall, we committed to working with the Senate Committees on Commerce and Consumer Protection and Agriculture and Environment to review the rules and see what kind of changes we could make, rather than if you find a pest, you have three choices: destroy, quarantine, or return.
Yeah, so I think you need both.
Yes.
Yeah, you need both. I think, I think, and again, I think that's kind of the intent of the rules.
Right. Yeah, so we also, I did talk to Department of Transportation, and I did say that we all agree that the number of invasive species has increased, and we all agree that there are an increase in accidents and traffic, incidences. So it is similar to saying that the law in the books is 55, 25, 20 in a school zone. And it's kind of like the same thing that if we were to enforce to the letter of the law, 55, anyone going over 55 is subject to, a ticket or being, rather than using discretion and judgment as to who's driving, creating a hazard. So I'm making that distinction because the law says what it says, and yet there's discretion and judgment involved. And if there's, need to change the law, we need to change the law. So that being the case, and moving it open to a larger board discussion as to the rules as stated.
Are in the rules, I mean.
No, but just, I think it's just the discussion of the hearing, the info briefing, sorry.
So, let me clarify that. We're in discussion of the hearing, which my comment was that we had made a commitment to work on the rules. And that I made a comparison between what we're being asked to do and making the comparison to what the DOT would be asked to do if we were to follow the letter of the law. So seeing, hearing, nothing. Oh, Diane, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess I'm a little, so I didn't listen to the hearing, or the briefing, so I'm kind of a little behind the ball on this, but so it sounds like the department made a commitment to working on creating rules that address this. But I heard you say working with Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs and another
Agriculture and Environment, right?
Agriculture and so the Senate committees, is that?
Yes. Both are Senate committees.
To possibly come up with amendments to the law? Is that the intent, or to provide? Okay.
Possibly.
But we also made the commitment at that meeting to bring forward draft rules for lawful enforcement.
I don't think we made a commitment to draft, to make any changes. We made a commitment to review the rules and see if if the committees wanted to work with us on some changes.
I think it was to make a list.
Yeah, so,
That's what the joint committee was most
yeah,
interested
it's,
in.
it was to find an existing list and to basically make it actionable. And yeah, so that's what the other submittal is seeking to do very quickly.
Yeah, as to follow our item 3.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I guess the question is, and I'm jumping ahead, so, okay, never mind.
All right.
Sorry.
so with regard to item 4, new business, non-action item, is the board discussion, any further board discussion, so we can move on?
For testimony, did we ask for
We
testimony?
did ask for public testimony, but
No, we did then, sorry. I was coughing and then,
went out of.
yeah, sorry.
Okay, so moving on then to item 3 on the agenda.
Yeah, so, so this is a request to approve proposed chapter 4-69 for administrative rules entitled Plant and Non-Domestic Animal Plants. Non-domestic animal quarantine pest designation rules to proceed to public hearing, provided that the advisory committee on plants and animals subsequently reviews and does not recommend substantive changes to the proposed rules, and to authorize the chairperson to schedule public hearings and appoint one or more hearing officers in connection with the adoption of chapter 4-69 HAR. So basically, these rules were created as a result of the hearing or the informational briefing. And again, given the time constraints, we took an existing list and created rules. That's really all it is. Ultimately, again, the rules are created again pursuant to 141, and we recognize the need that this is the first step in fixing this process. I think at the hearing I said, the whole policies that relates to pests was like from the 90s, and I was in high school. But the reality is right, we need to address it. And again, the committee urged us to do it, so this is what we came up with in 3 or 4 days. And to move it through that procedural component, right? The requirement is that the advisory committee on plants and animals must advise. So the motion is structured so that the board can approve. And if there are no changes, we can go to public hearing. We don't have to bring it back before the board. So normally we would go to P&A, then come to board. So in this case, we would go to board, go to P&A, come back before board. So obviously that slows it down, right? The intent is, provided that we move forward with this as it is, that would obviously facilitate at least having rules on the books. To kind of meet, I think what was asked of us at the info briefing. Ultimately, what it boils down to is, again, we're just trying to meet that. And there's no question, and I think the board has seen a lot of the testimony that the list is old. We're not disputing that. And, there's a talk about using other people's lists. And I think realistically, the agency should use an agency list, right? We don't control HISC, for example. The board has no say over what HISC does in terms of their lists, right? So we should use a list that the board oversees and manages. And we need to be fixed. What is being proposed here is literally like kind of a Band-Aid per se, but again, you need to start somewhere. And provided that the board wants to move forward, we can move forward with this. And should that not occur, that's fine. And obviously we'll go back to the drawing board and revise this so that it would basically have criteria for how you would designate a pest. Because I think realistically, that's to me what the rules are designed for, right? But again, we tried to use an existing list as what was requested, and that's why we wrote it this way. And yeah, it wasn't intended to be all encompassing. We were trying to figure out some other ways to potentially address it using some additional lists, or existing lists. So like, for example, there's a list in 4-72 of examples of pests and things like that. And I think I think to kind of get there, this was probably the best way, because obviously I think we're gonna need to create rules for this. Obviously, we need to fix 4-69A. And then obviously we need to fix 72 as well. So again, this is just one step in the process to move forward. And again, provided the board wants to move forward with this, obviously we'll take it to advisory committee and for their review. And if they have substantive changes, that's fine. And we'll revise it and go back, or the board doesn't want to do that, we'll go back to the drawing board and fix something and come back before you later. So it was really trying to get to where the committee requested us. That was really the whole goal of getting it like this. Because again, we had like 4 days or something to write something. So.
Can I ask you a question? So you just said.
Yeah, but
We have to
yeah.
approve, we have to have a motion to approve the request first, or can we ask a question?
I just wanted to ask you about it. I don't know if you just made.
Do the discussion, but. No, you haven't taken. Let's do it.
Okay, just ask the question.
Okay, so it says staff was urged to bring an existing list of organisms that could be designated as pests for regulatory actions. You said this wasn't intended to be an all-encompassing list.
Well, no, the rules that are being presented here are not designed. This is not the be all end all. So when you look at a lot of testimony, everybody's like, this list is old. We agree with that, right?
It is 2008. So you're anticipating that it will be changed in public hearings?
It would have to, right? Because that's a rule.
Why wouldn't you not just put a for?
Well, right, no, but and then again, right, it was yeah, again. I had 4 days to try to figure it out, so.
Well, we don't make a motion first.
No.
There's no, but I mean, you can have testimony. I don't see why not.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve the request 2, 1 and 2? Okay, thank you, David. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second, thank you, Ann.
Okay.
Now we have a public testimony. Oh,
That's okay.
any public testimony? Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board, and sorry for the boy. We respectfully also oppose this submittal, the rules proposed in the submittal. From the outset, it's unclear what regulatory actions require these lists or would be facilitated by these rules. Chapter 469 is concerned with control and eradication, not the import restrictions, which I think were the major primary concern at the Senate hearing. And to the extent that we're talking about Department of Ag lists, I think at the hearing there was mention of multiple, maybe not full on lists like this, but they were like all points bulletin. I think that's how John characterized them. So other things the department is alerted its inspectors to with regards to where they should prioritize these import protections. So it's but all that to say, as even staff has mentioned, like this list is fairly old. It's missing a number of pests, and as it's as reflected in the submittal under Chapter 91 on the rulemaking, if there are substantive changes to the rules, including to this list, which I think almost certainly needs to happen, you're gonna have to start the whole process over again. So like to move forward with rulemaking now with such a deficient list is actually gonna potentially like either waste time because we have to start all over again, or just lock in this outdated list, and which won't be able to be amended until another rulemaking process occurs. So I think going back and really coming up with something more comprehensive and also address some of the other concerns too. I think the last thing I want to point out is it's not clear to the extent if this is intended to be designating pests for full on compliance with the import prohibition law, the admission law. It's not clear that NKOs will be covered, pests not known to occur in Hawaii. And so that's another big issue, right? And then we have all these new things that could be coming in that aren't designated, and then what to do about that. So there's a lot of questions that, I think need to be addressed before move forward, before make it formal rulemaking process. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Stephanie?
Aloha, Chair and members of the board. My name is Stephanie Easley with the Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. Our ask, which is in our written testimony, is please do not move forward with this rulemaking as proposed in the submittal. At the hearing, there was an original hearing in February on a bill, and at that hearing, it came out that this light infestation, some items with light infestation were being let in. And then that was a concern, like, that got people's attention. What are these things that are being let in? Is there a list that people are letting in? What's widespread? So then there was the follow-up hearing. And what we learned is there is no list of things that are widespread. There is no list of designated pests. And, there's a big, each inspector can make their own determination of what's widespread and what can be let in under 15857. So the committees, to my hearing, asked for a starting point to take the HISC list, to take existing DAB lists and make a starting point list that could be designated pests for the purpose of 150A HRS. So instead, the proposal is to take this list from 2008, which is the list that allows DAB employees to go onto private property to control the pest without the owner's consent, the top tier of the most impactful species, which was last updated in 2008, to be the full list of pests for Chapter 150A2, which is the inspection and prevention. It doesn't address recent pests. In our testimony, we use the kind of out there example of the giant Asian hornet. The murder wasp is not on this list, many other stinging insects. So we're really asking the board to take a step back from the submittal, to ask for the creation of a list of pests that's significantly more comprehensive, significantly more up to date. We provided some examples of a list that the Prevention EDR working group came up with. And also, we hope you'll make a list of things that are widespread and that could be let in, so that if someone who's importing on a Monday would get the same result as someone importing on a Thursday. It's aligned with the law, protects biosecurity, protects the public, and protects the department. Mahalo, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you so much.
I guess now it's good afternoon. I'm Helmut Rock with Hawaii Invasive Species Council, and we have, I think, a written testimony as well. So I'm just summarize what we try to say. Obviously, the current list in Chapter 469A was developed for control and eradication purposes, not for preventing new invasive species from entering Hawaii. And as I remember, when I was administrator of PI, we do already have the authority to inspect for pests that are not known to occur in Hawaii. So as such, it may not be appropriate that list for use as a quarantine pest list. And as we heard from Jonathan already, he admits it's incomplete, it's outdated. So we recommend that the board goes back and uses, for instance, lists that already have been done with HISC and all the partners. And Jonathan said, we have no authority. You guys don't have authority. Madam, you're the co-chair of HISC.
But
so
this is a separate entity.
I know, but as I said, we've worked together collaboratively on several lists for prevention, for limited distribution. Correct. And pathways.
And Department of Ag, right?
Yes,
But
that's one thing.
Unit. This is a separate unit.
Yeah. I know, but I mean, there are lists out there.
There are lists.
That's what I'm saying, so we can
Stipulate.
refer to. However, I want to point out, because I worked on the continent for 20 years as the state plant regulatory official, many pests are not on anybody's radar. Spotted lanternfly, brown marmot, stink bug. We work usually with the federal government to look for these. The list that we use is for EDRR, early detection, rapid response. These are the ones that we know are a threat for the country, for Hawaii, or any other state, and we look for those that we have.
Many insects, we have 1 million insects identified. There are millions more that we don't even know.
20 million.
So what we made, a pest list is not static. It's a dynamic process. So that's what we recommend, to work together with lists that we already have and all the partners. We are here to assist in any way we can. Mahalo.
Thank you.
We enter into the record with the written testimony. I don't know what the process is for that.
I think it's already.
Oh, it's already in there.
I don't think it's been submitted.
Oh, you,
His hasn't been submitted.
I don't think it was his.
I didn't see a his submitted, yeah. You did test, so I was
Yeah.
looking for it.
how much you said you submitted testimony?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
We have a hard copy that you have in the hand.
So can we submit
I
that?
sent it to you online.
Oh, is this testimony?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we can put
Okay.
it online.
Thank you, we got it now. Okay, go ahead. Lori.
I'll be fast.
No, you got 2 minutes, my dear.
Yeah, during the headlights, Laurie Buchanan from the island of Molokai. I was listening to the 3 testifiers before me. I did write up something similar to them, so I support everything they said concerning this agenda item. Yeah, I'm just shaking my head. I can see that it was kind of a sudden thing that needed to be done or considered, but I support everything that was said on the record with the 3 testifiers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you for acknowledging that we had just a few days. It was really quick. And again, we had at the hearing, we made the commitment to put it on the agenda for today's meeting. And as everyone knows, you know, in this room at least, you have to put your item on the agenda 7 days in advance of the meeting. And it had to be done really quickly. And so to put things that are widespread together is difficult because we have so many things that are widespread within the islands. So Jonathan, you know, we agreed that Jonathan would put together a list that was, is this your not known to occur list? Oh, God.
That testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry, sirs.
Sorry.
have one.
Testify that.
Busan.
Christine.
Christine.
Oh, Christine. Thank you, Christy.
Oh dear, my camera isn't working. Well, I'm sorry. If you can hear me, I'll just continue. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Christy Martin, Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species. Stephanie has already provided our testimony, but I did want to about DAB is their ability and their willingness to stop things that are not known to occur, NKOs. When we commit DAB to a list, that means that we cannot take action on those NKOs. It is not listed. So I want to urge that this board consider what DAB needs to do. It is a huge task. And the legislature is really trying to figure out ways to help. They offered supportive just help with statutes, right? So if we're missing some statutory language, great. But I urge us not to move forward with this list, you know, with the millions of dollars that are being invested, new transitional facilities, just the excitement around being able to stop things. Most of them are already present. It's things like Chinese rose beetle on this list. We can't be looking for New World screwworm. So I just wanted to pop in and comment on that. Looking at the list, folks that know these species know that some of these really are the widespread pests. We need to
Christy, sometimes when you talk fast, I think we lose
folks
you.
need to be the department that really goes that. Thanks, Chair. All right. In summary, I ask that you slow this down and let's be considerate about what we might want to say.
Now we really lost.
Lost you.
I think she's.
But we get the gist.
Oh, I already said thank you. I closed. I said thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Christy. Any other testimony online? No hands in the room? No? Okay, so for discussion. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I think we should slow this down, submit it with a proper list. That list is really inadequate. It's 2008. We have much more recent lists, and it would be relatively easy to go and look at at least the three that we submitted in deal in our testimony and come up with an updated list. Otherwise, you're going to go to public hearing without inadequate list. We're going to have to do the same comments there. You're going to have to circle back and change your list. I mean, the list submitted is just.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think ultimately, right, there's a list, and then I think there's the process to designate. I think there's two things that need to be done. And I think there needs to be like, I think, a designation for, I think, things where, you know, the 150A7, like no choices, any, you know, destroy, confiscate, refusal are the only choices. And I think to me, that's the way that this list is designed. And then we deal with everything else kind of slightly different. Well, not slightly differently, but anyhow, but yeah.
I don't understand. So you're saying there's two things, and it says DAB was urged to bring an existing list of organisms that could be designated as pests for regulatory actions.
Well, so from a practical standpoint, the way that we've functioned is, right, you find like a cookie, a CRB, an LFA, you're not going to certify it for inter-island movement. You find an NKO, you find heavy infestation, you find red imported fire ant or whatever it may be, you're not allowing importation, right? You're not going to allow, there is no discretion as it relates to light. So I think from a practical standpoint of what we're doing, the list doesn't change what the department is going to continue to do. We're still doing those particular things, right? This is formalizing, I think, a lot of those processes, because like a list doesn't exist. And right, so we're going to try to formalize it. And the ask was to use an existing one. So we picked an existing one that we manage. And moving forward, what that looks like, you know, again, I've had like a week and a half to think about it. I really haven't thought about it, to be perfectly honest. And I've never really put a huge amount of thought into it, because from a practical standpoint, what we're doing is if you have an NKO, we're taking action on it. That's what we're doing.
HRS, Jonathan, it says all other pest designations shall be established by rule.
Correct. And that's the whole point. I was trying to create a set of rules to do that, right?
That's what we're trying to do. So,
exactly.
And we just like to see a proper list brought forward instead of some outdated list from 2008.
And that's fine. And
Didn't we have a meeting, the board met and we approved a process to introduce a new pest to the list?
Not necessarily. I think the rules would have it, right?
Okay.
That's what the rules should be, right? The right pest designation shall be approved pursuant to rules. So, right, you need to make rules to make the pest designation.
It says including the criteria and procedures for the designation of pests for controlling.
Yeah, though that's a separate.
That's a separate.
Yeah, that's a separate list.
That's the one that exists right now.
Yeah. But the designation shall be by rule, right?
For HRS 141-3, but under the HRS, it says all other pest designations shall be established by rule.
Yes.
Including the criteria and procedures for the designation of pests. So it seems to me like HRS is calling out that there shall be established by rule, this list, plus the criteria and procedures for designation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Acknowledged.
Uniting.
And it doesn't seem like this rule that I don't know if it's even a change that you're suggesting that includes any of that. And the
It
list
doesn't,
is-
it doesn't.
Yeah,
We're just designating a list as pests. That's all it is.
right, and the list is massively, so the question is, do we approve this and carry forward a 2008 list, which is obviously insignificant, not sufficient, and change it in public testimony? Or do we just try to take a stab based on some existing lists that we have that are quite good, from 2022, 2024, they're not perfect, but that'd be a better, it just seems to me like that's a better starting point than 2008.
Yeah, no, again, they were asked, we were asked to propose something, and in 4 days, this is what we came up with. I mean, that's.
In addition.
And you did, and the board said, go back and give us a.
Right, right,
You
but,
did it.
right, and I think, yeah, it's just, you're again, as it relates to what we're practically doing and what is necessary, as it relates to the statute,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any other board, hands? Seeing no other board discussion, okay. So, calling for the vote. And we're voting on the request to approve the submittal in front. So, are there any objections or abstentions?
Object.
Okay, so with the objection, we'll take a roll call vote.
Oh, what?
Oh. David object.
Oh, no, I thought I heard somebody.
Somebody else
online.
did something there.
Sorry.
Is there discussion? Okay, so
No,
roll call vote.
I just was going to object also.
Okay, so, roll call vote. Dave has already said no, thank you, Dave. Dr. Grewal,
You're muted, Dr. Graywall.
I abstain for now.
Okay, he abstains.
abstain, okay, and Mark Takimoto,
I with reservations.
okay, and Diane Lay says no,
No.
and Nate Oswald,
No.
okay. Dr. Jason Moniz,
No.
and Young,
Tough because I seconded, so I'll go yes, WR.
thank you, and Jimmy Gomes,
No.
thank you, chair votes yes with reservations, so, and the motion fails. So, okay. We are with no further business for
Chair?
today's meeting. Yeah,
Chair, I'm not sure, maybe, AG needs to weigh in on this, but can we ask Jonathan to continue to proceed on addressing this issue in a more comprehensive manner?
Yes, you
Yes.
can.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I was gonna do it regardless, but,
Okay.
but thank you if you tell me.
I just want to say that you were given an impossibly short deadline.
no,
You did what you
Yes.
did under the deadline,
thank you.
and we said,
Yeah.
no, just take it back. So we've given you permission actually to circle back and do it right. basically.
Yeah.
And we are.
And it looks like you have all the partners in place to put together
Yeah.
a good proposal. Thank
Many,
you.
many parts.
Appreciate it.
Anyways, I'll work into it.
It's hard work.
Yeah. so
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Yeah, thank you. So, I've been told I don't need a motion to adjourn, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
It's historic
Uh,
practice.
May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, David and Jimmy, thank you. And so we're adjourned as of 1:27. Nate, you're gonna make your pickup. Hello. And but I'd like to let the board know that the next meeting will be Tuesday, May 26th, 9 AM.